Har har har. Wow. Thank you so much for the pin. I appreciate it. And congratulations on the first. Let's go. GG. Sometimes I wonder if Zero just like waits a little bit, like gives everyone like a little bit of a head start before claiming first. I feel like, oh my god, the 69 first. Zero, this is a legendary achievement. This is the best day. This will be a day like no other. Zero, you have simply peaked. It's over. Hi Cantaroon, hi Zero, hi Rain. How are you guys doing?
Hi Ori.
Hi Moochie. Hello. Still don't know what that badge is. I still don't know what this badge is. I have like 10 less than Rain and Nats. Do you actually? Wait, how many does Rain have? Still don't know what the Blossom badge is. Is it just something that you get over time for existing?
Hello, have fun today. I have discovered a new Metroidvania 3.
Oh my goodness, Shrank's like, I found another one. Goodbye, everyone. See you in a year. Thank you, Shrank. I appreciate you. Oh. Hey, you twink. Hi, Moonboy. How's it going? Here I have one Utopia. Oh, I see. What does that mean? Blossom is just existing from what I can tell. I mean, it's cool. I like it, personally. I like it. Wow. What do you mean by you won Utopia, Rix? You know, honestly, Rix, I'm looking back and I'm realizing that one of the ideas that you had, I feel like would be a lot of fun for a Sunday stream. I think it'd be really fun. I think you probably know what I'm talking about. Ah, shit. Now Rick owns Utopia. Bye, everyone. What would be fun? Your idea, you said one time at one point. You know that one? That one from the other time that you said it? I'm genuinely not sure. I'm aware. I guess it'd be fine to say out loud. It was wave-based combat. You have a lot of good ideas? No. It's alright, what can I offer to ban Rix on Mondays? I don't know if I have a way to ban people for entire days, unfortunately. I feel like it'd be kind of funny to have some way to time people out. I don't know, it'd be kind of interesting. I don't know how to do it though. I don't know how we would do that. And what would prevent somebody else from using it against other people? Chat, what do we do here? Do we have ideas? Do we have ideas for timeout functionality? I feel like it could be used very improperly. Just ban him and unban him manually? Well, yeah, but I can't just do that. I feel like this is...
You spend 20k to time out for 20 minutes /J.
Be kind of funny, but I feel like a lot of people would end up getting timed out by Rix. No, but at one point, Rix, you talked to me about wave-based combat. Utopian wave-based combat, where you build a character and your goal is to just survive for as long as possible. Simply bribe a moderator, I say, as a moderator. Hale's like, bribe me. Thoughts? Opinions? Win the ban Ori of his own stream. You can pay 10 banked hours for that. Evening Ori, hope you're good. I would be practicing Unreal myself right now. My laptop is getting repaired, and that's just kind of mad at Epic for what they've been yapping about in regards to Unreal 6. Wait, huh? No, you cannot stop there. What are we talking about? What? Once per stream redeemed, that is 10k. Whoever redeems it can choose to ban someone for a stream. Yeah, but I feel like being a first come, first serve at a nominal amount of points just means that, like, what happens when Rix takes that? You know what I mean? Hell, can I bribe you? I mean... Use 300k XP to temp ban someone /J. Oh, actually an XP cost would be kind of funny. 10k is very, very affordable. The risk gets it, that is the point. I feel like this is going to enforce the problem if that happens. So Unreal 6 is apparently just not gonna have blueprint support to accommodate for AI tools, which, fuck. Oh, it's just not gonna have blueprint support at all. That's fine, I'll stay on UE5, I don't mind. Yes, please, give me tools to ban people, says Rix. This can only go well, why do you ask? Oh, that's too big. Chat, we're gonna spend some time in Photoshop today. I think we're gonna be doing the funny Photoshop drawing today. I don't know how many people have been around or who likes Photoshop drawing, if anybody. But it's gonna be some time in planning for Photoshop, I think. So yeah, it's a little soul crushing, but it is what it is. AI in the game development space is really rough and very, very difficult to avoid from what I've heard. I mean, it is in many spaces now, but game development and software development, it seems especially difficult. Here are some programmer socks. They will help. Oh, I love programmer socks. Chat, I should put on my programmer socks for programming day. That was the problem. Let's not ban people for fun now. I wish we had, like, a localized explosive. Like a localized explosive that's, like, or, like, a... Gosh, dude, I hate the idea. The problem is that it's so convoluted. But, like, can you imagine that, like... So for the people who have been in rain stream, right, where you can, like, brew potions in stream, right, so you can use Twitch chat to, like, brew various potions that have various effects. You collect materials and you smash those materials together. When you brew something, it gives you an effect, such as timing somebody out for 2.5 minutes, or putting chat into slow mode, so on and so on. I think it'd be really fun to have, like, items and abilities like that, which makes it up innately comes with the functionality for, but... comes the question, how do you make them? Do they just pop out of the mystery box and then just save to your account? You just have it in your inventory, so on and so on. It would be possible. It would be functionally possible, and it could potentially make sense. But oh my god, the convolution. It would just be like another layer of bullshittery to explain to new people. Hi Ashton, how's it going? Speaking of Utopia weight-based antics, trying to prep a random encounter table for a party of 2, combined level 40, and I'm not sure what to lob at them. I'm gonna be real with you. If you use core guide only mechanics, a DR40 should be a subliminal fight for them, like should be relatively easy, low chance of death, unless it is a hard counter or players who don't really know how to optimize. One of them is influence plus craftsmanship, and the other is magecraft plus warfare. Or if they're not combat prepped, I should also add, if they are not a combat-based character, then it could be a tough fight for them. So if somebody's influence craftsmanship, they might struggle in a fight like that.
Don't let me watch the stream I came to watch. I want to dropkick whoever is responsible for this.
Chat, I might get dropkicked here in a second. Oh no. Programmer socks increase blood flow in addition with tights and arm warmers, while skirts allow for ventilation and cooling. Oh my god, can somebody fucking no context that? That's the funniest thing. Somebody send that to Rain. That was so hilarious. Or I managed to gain a new potential negative voice quirk. What? Oh, wait, hold on. Is this in game or is this in real life? I'm confused. Quincy! I was gonna say, if you're using the core guide, right? If you're using the core guide of Utopia, a DR40 against a DR40 party or an accumulative level 40 party is a nominal fight, right? It's not going to be difficult. Nobody's probably going to die. It's going to be relatively easy unless they're hard countered, the players are extremely inexperienced and don't know how to optimize, or if one or more of your players are a non-combat build, right? One of those 3 things can make it potentially swing in the enemy's favor sometimes. Which, at least one of those seems to be true because you have an influence craftsman. Which, to be fair, if they're a tinkerer, they might be able to survive anyways just by tinkering gooder. If you're talking about the AG, a DR40 in the AG is a lot scarier than a core guy DR40. Let me tell you, dude. DR40s in the AG get mean. They are mean in comparison, and they are specialized. However, you can make enemies that spend their DR on non-combat premises, right? So, like, for instance, a surgeon is like a DR41 if you just put surgeon and humanoid down. They don't really have that much combat ability. They're good at healing. So, shrug. They have a speed of 1 and have yet to acquire a crude weapon, the influencer. If you're looking for a combat encounter, you might want to go easy on them. Don't put a spellcaster. Don't put a caster unless you're willing to hold back as a GM. Or, yeah, we're just working with just core guide. Okay, that should be easier. Honestly, in my opinion, what I would personally do is do a horde of smaller enemies, such as like the zombie stat block. The zombies realistically can't do that much damage. They can deal damage if you want them to because they have physical combat. So use physical combat to your advantage when it comes to that. But usually a lot of enemies is better than one giant enemy when you have a weak link in your combat party. To answer the question I'm talking about in real life, I'm not sure if something is that increases or decreases the opinion of my own voice yet. Oh, interesting. Empty boxes, Sag. And they mop the floor with it, albeit with lumps. With lumps? What do you mean by with lumps? Oh, you mean like they got like slightly bodied? A blue and orange missing cover still appearing behind it. And when you turn around, it dissipates and instead appear 5 meters to the left while shouting to you, "Hi, Twink." I'm not late for stream today. Dicing our song today. We are dicing the songs today. We are songing so many dice today, chat. Imagine pure CG utopia / silly. Imagine. I've talked about it in Aura General a few times. You must have missed it. I've likely missed it. I have been very busy the past few weeks. There have been a lot of events going on because I'm just having so much fun celebrating the 4th of July. Yeah, that's why I'm busy. Don't ask questions. It's fine. Oh my god, wait, chat. We can put on the funny spot. Okay.
Yippee. We dicing our song today.
We are dicing our songs today. We're probably going to spend a lot of time in Photoshop today, chat. We're going to spend a lot of time in Photoshop. And I am going to have a lot of questions for you guys. So, if you guys are interested, I'm really going to be asking you guys for a lot of stuff, I think, this time around. And we get to play the funny music. I like the funny music. The funny music is funny. They got beat up, but both survived. The paladin beheaded the spellcaster with a high roll after they got really upset about their party member, wife both in-game and now, being hit with nasty disabling spell from their mini-boss. Ah. Beat up, but both survived. Interesting. That's actually kind of crazy. Damn. Wait, were they fighting a spellcaster? Can I tell you a fun fact? Tell me a fun fact. From full health to 0 with the help of Claymore. Nice. I love that. Hydrate. I don't think I have water on me. I'm gonna hydrate with this. No, that's bad. I can't do that. I have to go grab actual water. You are 38 McDoubles tall. If anybody ever asks me how tall I am, that's what I'm going to say now. I'm going to tell them 38 McDoubles. That's it. It just happens now. Sorry.
I'm 48.7 doubles tall. LMAO.
Oh, look, there's a straw on the camera. I'm McDoubles to the power of 45 tall. That is a lot. What is this music? I leave for 2 minutes. This is I have the quote-unquote royalty-free playlist, which actually just seems to be meme songs. Like montage meme songs. It's kind of funny. This is our music for today, chat. How do you like it? You're 48.7 McDoubles. What am I? 38? 38 McDoubles. To sum it up, an intoxicated person joined Jilly's stream near the end. Said that she liked the sound of my voice and asked me to talk her to sleep. Then a few moments later after the request, requested that I call her a good girl. Oh, I see. I see. No blueprints today, Hoff. Unfortunately, no blueprints today. Today we are doing game development. I usually do blueprints on Wednesdays, Fridays, sometimes Saturdays. Is usually how it goes, depending. Or sometimes when we're really feeling it, we'll just randomly throw blueprints in because it sounds interesting. Also, welcome in, Hoff. How are you doing? The fight went really well for the party too. Honestly, the support dodged and confused the mini boss rolling
At
snake
chief
eyes in turn 1.
_the__
rough.
explorer, I had nothing to gain from doing so.
Fridays? So usually on Fridays. It has been on Fridays historically. It's not these Fridays though. This upcoming Friday is not. This upcoming Friday is actually a cooking stream for those who like to see me in pain. I had nothing to gain from doing so. The support also had a fortitude of 1, so the only world where they juked that spell was them getting all 6s or the caster getting all 1s. That makes sense, yeah. Alright, chat. So, we have... I fucking love this music, chat. This music's amazing. So, we're gonna spend a little bit of time in Photoshop. First, I will explain what Dicesong is. I'm going to briefly describe what Dicesong is as a game and where we're at in it. So, this is Dicesong. This is a dice roller roguelite, right? So basically the goal is that you're going to be given a goal every round. Our goal is currently 2. And you have to roll higher than your goal on the dice that you have. The dice that you have will gain abilities over time as you play. The dice are called atmospheres, kind of. The abilities are called atmospheres, and they're attached to up to 4 dice that you have. So let's go ahead and buy an atmosphere real quick. I'm going to buy Eclipsing. So I'm going to put Eclipsing in our rightmost quadrant. So now I have a D20 and a D6. When I roll them, we'll add them together. So we got 2 and 10. So we got a total of 12. We're going to roll 3 times each round. So look, oh my god, we nat 20. That's crazy. So we got 26 that round, and then we got 9 this round. So a total of 47. We did really good. We get a little bit of money, and we can buy more atmospheres and buy more stuff. These can also stack on top of each other. I'm going to actually, like, loop that song for a little bit, because I just love this song. So now we got a new one, and Tropical has the ability, the die that I just bought. This is an atmosphere, that's a D6, and it says when this die is scored, the wealth is increased by the rolled index. So whenever we roll this, we're gonna get that much money, which is crazy. So we got $6 out of this. Why did it net an 18? Our ascension isn't any higher, did it get... Why did this one get an 18? Is the ascension of... I think Ascension 6 is actually 3, and it just hasn't updated the graphic yet. That's actually really funny. So now we have a D2. We have all of these. We can stack them under one condition. We can stack them under a single condition. That condition is... it has to be a matching rank, right? So, like, for instance, if I were to get Bountiful... it's a D2. I can only stack it on Reflective. However, Reflective is at its maximum, which means if I try to stack it right now, it'll explode, and I don't want that to happen. So I'm just going to take Gas Giant and put it on Eclipsing. Hi, Dino! Phases into existence, like someone who clicks on the slowly increase my opacity. Hi, how are you? I just got out of a session, and there were a lot more lore drops that I was ready to give out, but they happened, and now it's a fallout. Now the fallout is my problem. How are you? My voice hurts slightly. I should talk more. Well, hello, Dino. I'm doing absolutely amazing. Speaking of lore, we might get into that a little bit today when it comes to Dysong. We have a lot to do today, to say the least. Another tropical. I'm going to stack a tropical on this one. I'm not going to hopefully do a full run. I say that very often. Let's do that on Reflective. I want to just describe how Dysong works, what the current game is looking like, and then we can talk about what the next plan is, where we're kind of going from here, for lack of a better term. Cool. Now we just have the biggest economy die in existence. Holy hell. Can I get a D4 here? I really want a D4 here.
So plushy, the fish flirting might become intentional. Keyword might.
Oh? I really love these dice, but I really need to explore before I do this, honestly.
Sorbet is a...
Fissure might be here. No, it'll explode, never mind. No, Fissure's bad. Let's just double an Ascension of choice. I want to double 6 to see. Yeah, okay. It was a Phantom 3, actually. It was what I suspected. It was our Ascension 6 was actually 3. Oh, Ascensions, for anyone who doesn't know, these are multipliers, right? So if we roll a 6 right now, because our Ascension 6 is 6, it's multiplied by 6. I should have chosen a different set for that. Ascension 9 is 2. So if we roll a 9, it's doubled, because we multiply it by 2. Okay. This is Dysong in a nutshell, chat. I'll do like 1 or 2 more rounds just to explain it. These all have special abilities. Eclipsing, when it's rolled, we're going to increase an ascension by 2 and decrease another random ascension by 1. The other 2 on it, Gas Giant, has no ability. I put those on there for future planning, but we don't need it right now. Reflective, when it's rolled, multiply its value by itself, so it squares itself. If its index rolls above an 8, destroy this pod. For anyone who doesn't know, index means the actual face of the die. So, for instance, a D2 can only roll an index of 1 or 2. Nothing can change that. However, the value is after multipliers and effects. What does Radioactive do? Radioactive, when this die is rolled, double the value of all rolls and decrease the wealth by 1. Oh, that's right. It eats money. I forgot. Radioactive's actually really funny. So what we're going to be talking about today, chat, is going to be about... It's awful. It's going to be about meta progression. Or... meta progression, if it's meta progression that is decided that we go forward with, I should say, because meta progression might not be a part of it, but generally some type of meta progression is going to be a part of it in some fashion, if that makes any sense. But the point is what happens between rounds, right? So if we imagine this gameplay loop, you know, the dice rolling, I'll call it the dice rolling loop. If we imagine the dice rolling loop is not going to be the entire game, something happens in between you actually rolling the dice each time. Something happens to decide what dice you roll or when you do it, and so on and so on. I wasn't explaining anything. Rude. That was rude, chat. That was rude. What we're going to be talking about is what happens in between, right? So what happens when you are done rolling, when you lose, when you win, what does it mean to win? So is the Tropical still the best Atmo in the game, or have you succeeded in fixing that yet? It's the best economy die in the game for sure. And I'm going to talk about ways to fix that, because it might be fixed by just being a really good die. Some dice can just be good. And we're going to talk about dice sets a little bit, but in a bit. I need to explore to get more stuff. These suck. Resource pool. These should have icons. Icons would be really good. I think I need to increase that. Yeah. Promote a die? Do we want to promote a die? Actually, it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to promote a die, but I don't think I'm going to, because I'd rather just smash them together if I can. I regret doing that now. We lose. So, after 3 rolls, we did not reach our goal. We got 368 out of 6,561, so we lose, and that's the end of the game. So that's the rolling loop, right? That's the dice rolling game loop of it. Or have you ever played Pi? It's a good game. I've never heard Pi. PIH? What is PIH? Dice can just be good. Okay, but when you're evil dice, where are they? Yeah, it's the best economy die. Ergo, it's the best die because it pays for all the other dice that do everything else. Arguably, yeah. However, let's talk about dice sets first. So, where are you? Okay. So when it comes to dice sets, now that I have 4 monitors, this thing is so much more sensitive. So dice sets are basically like, I'll use an example, of bone dice, basic, and red dice. I no specific, but red dice. Bone dice will have the lowest number of atmospheres, lowest number of explorations, the pool of options. It'll have the lowest pool of options that you can pull from. However, because of that, it is the most consistent, right? It's going to be extremely consistent because it doesn't have as much of the pool. The basic is obviously the normal pool, and maybe red is like exceptional, more atmospheres, more explorations, more of everything, which means that you have more powerful stuff to choose from at the cost of having a diluted pool of options, if that makes sense. Now, there's going to be a lot of different ways that you can do this, because you can imagine, let's say that there's 100 atmospheres, and a basic has 30 in it, 36, 40, something like that. That means that these different dice sets, they're basically decks, right? So these decks that you play with will have various abilities in them. And what you can choose from is based on what dice set you have. And this is part of the meta progression, right? I realize that I've done the thing again. I have covered up my layer. Well, now. Diamond gets it. Economy is king and score chasers. Fair enough. Me when Anti won Rocket and Velotro Lamau. So what we're gonna be talking about is basically when you start the game, right? What does a dice set look like? What atmospheres are allowed? What is not allowed? And what is it going to look like in between every playthrough of the actual dice rolling? So one of the ideas that I've heard that I find to be very popular is inscription style, or even Slay the Spire style, where when you beat one, you go to these various objective points that you can, so like, for instance, this is a dice roller. This is a dice roller. This is a dice roller. This is a dice roller, so on and so on. All these circles are little dice rolling bits that you need to do. And you restart each time, but you have a specific objective in mind, right? But you can decide where you want to go, what objectives you get, what rewards you get, so on and so on. Maybe there's the equivalent of a trader or a mystery effect. So maybe this one's a question mark, right? So if you do this one, then a random event is going to take place, or what have you, what have you. This is similar to how Inscription does it, Act 1 Inscription, I should say, how Slay the Spire does it, so on and so on. I don't hate this, but I feel like it's tried and it's well tested, but I think that it is very used. A trader, yeah, Trader, indeed. A trader, you say? Oh, the trader! Do you know what's my favorite? What's that? It's balanced in Numby's number factory in the Dice a Million. Your score is your money. Score better than you have more money. That makes a lot of sense, honestly. I like the idea of economy and score being the same, but it's really hard to go exponential, in my opinion. I mean, it's more than possible. You could also just make costs exponential. It would be fine, but shrug. I like them being separated, personally. So what is a way that we can progress through the game? One of the things that I was thinking about, I'm going to try to write really small because my tablet is really awkward now. So one of the things I was imagining is that there's more of a radial symmetry to it, right? So instead of, imagine Inscription, but you can go in like 5 different ways, right? And you kind of like how digital talent trees work a lot of the time, or skill trees and things like that. You can go in basically whatever direction you want. Maybe they're randomly generated. Maybe they're, you know, whatever. But basically you go to like solar systems or clusters, galaxy clusters, whatever. I mean, do note that we are basically driving a giant ISS around, right? With this being our starting point right here, our goal is to essentially figure out where we're going to go next. And one of my ideas is that each one of these have an objective of some variety, as well as a reward. One of the examples of what the rewards can be is that you can earn more dice sets. You can earn different types of dice sets. You can do, you know, all these various things. But maybe they have modifiers based on their environments, or environment effects, such as the score required is doubled. Maybe the amount of money that you get is halved. Maybe explorations cost more. Maybe atmospheres cost more. Atmospheres cost less. So on and so on and so on. Dice Million has exponentially scaling costs, and Nubbies just goes, you get 1 reroll per shop unless you unlock all the slots. Then we theoretically get infinite rerolls, but that's based more on your build than your luck. And also, unless you have a specific perk, your build's power level hard cap at a certain point. Makes sense. I've never played the game, so I don't really have a lot of context, but it sounds pretty potent, honestly. One of the other things that I was thinking about is that, because obviously there's going to be some kind of storyline, but I need to describe this very, very potently. This game should be playable without knowing the story. You should not need to know the story to play this game. You should be able to get all of the mechanical enjoyment you would want out of playing this game without ever reading the lore. That is very important to me. I want it to be permissible. However, I do think that getting a lore drop for the people who want to learn more about the world and the world building, I think that each one of these should be like, you can go back and find the records of the last person that was here, right? So like you find, you know, a little lore bit when you finish this, maybe before and after. Once you complete its objective, it becomes permanently unlocked. And then you are allowed to travel to its other options, right? You can travel to the other ones attached to it. Basically, you get these little drop points, these perma bonuses, whatever. And lore, woo! Lore! Was kind of my idea, right? But you can kind of just go off in every direction if you would like. It makes me think that random generation is going to be less possible without very, very specific, like, parameters that can be changed. So like random multipliers, random divisions, random stuff like that. So I think this will probably be set in stone realistically, or maybe everywhere in the outer region, right? So once you get into the outer regions, then it's random. Roguelike without random gen seems kind of rough, to be honest. I'm kind of wondering, I don't know why I have, okay. There was an idea I heard about. I didn't even hear about it, but I thought this is what somebody was explaining, and it wasn't. And I don't know why this isn't done more often, but I feel like it'd be really cool to have a pre-built central point, like the spawn point is always pre-built, and then everything outside it is randomly generated, which, to be fair, I think is how Hytale works. So it has been done. But I like that for this game. So in Cobalt Core, every time you finish a run, you get a lore scene for one of your characters, and they all interweave in a non-linear way. That's actually really cool. I love that. I like the idea that, like, this central set of nodes is not randomly generated, like it's preset, and then everything outside it is random gen, right? So you get a similar experience each time. This is kind of like your tutorial experience, for lack of a better term. I feel like there are games that do that. There are games that do that. I just don't see it very often. The only game I know that does that is Hytale. A video I once saw says that a good game lore focus has the player have, by the end of their first playthrough, at least a surface level understanding of the lore. If they want to go out of the way to learn more about it, they must play again and are rewarded for it. I can see why. I could definitely see why that would be the case. I kind of want to take even a step back from that. Like, the lore does not present itself very heavily. The world building is written in context clues. It's not written in text. I don't want to shove exposition at the player, right? I do not want to just push exposition down the player's throat. I want it to be there if you look. If you are interested in seeing it, it is there. Otherwise, it is a mechanical game that has a very specific premise. It doesn't pop up unless you ask questions, right? If you don't ask questions, you will not get answers. Blueprints world building. Kinda, yeah. I think Blueprints is a little bit, I mean, at least towards the end. Blueprints, in my opinion,
you can play the game without thinking about the lore or context, like, really at all.
Indeed, exactly. You can just play the game because it's funny dice game. However, I think
Ashton
that...
PYR, I think even less.
You mean like the realms? That makes sense. Yeah. Like there will come times and things that you have to do that it might produce the question, like, why am I doing this, right? Once it feels like things are becoming cohesive, like there's reasoning behind things, there might be a moment where you go, why? Why am I doing this? And you can go back through your mission logs and you can read things and look at where you found them and so on, right? But other than that, otherwise, you can just play the game. You can just receive an objective, attempt to do it again, get the biggest number you can, get a high score, yada yada, whatever. Another thing that would be kind of interesting, hear me out here, chat. I don't know how we feel about this, but imagine that there's like there's a barrier, right? There's various barriers. And these barriers depict how difficult, for lack of a better term, various objectives are, right? So let's say that you have the first barrier, the second barrier, and then this is our third barrier. And our third barrier is actually where it reaches random gen. Okay, back to another soft speak. So the third barrier is random gen. And these are basically high score caps, right? So you need to have reached a score of 1,000 or higher to get past this first one, right? So basically, this is the tutorial spot, right? You cannot pass this barrier, and thus you cannot go to these galaxies until you've reached 1,000 points at some point in some level. It doesn't matter where or how, you just need to have reached 1,000. And then this one is the 10,000 barrier, right? So you cannot go anywhere outside of this second barrier until you've reached 10,000 points. Doesn't matter how, doesn't matter what way or what have you. The point is that you have to reach 10,000 points. Once you've reached 10,000 points, as long as you have a passageway that goes there, you can go to any spot outside of this area.
My issue with a pre-built start is there's a deterministic meta start to every run.
Oh, absolutely. That's just speedrunning.
Loving
That's just
it
how speedrunning
already.
works. I love having a predeterministic. I love having an easy way to get straight into barrier 4, right? Like I don't know if that's like a friction point for people, but I love that idea. Speedrunners should have an avenue to get to section 4 in 5 minutes, in my opinion. If you want to not play wide, you can play narrow and just go as far out as possible, as fast as possible. That's a play style, dog. There's a reason for that. If you just want to skip over to the random generation and do random gen now, to it, dude. Ignore all the central stuff. This is going to be the heaviest lore bit, right? Like, all of these parts are going to be probably the most heavy on lore. And I do think that part of, like, this is actually a really good example. Ashton said blueprints, and this is very much within the philosophy of blueprints in my head. The way that I see blueprints This is very much pantomiming that, in my opinion. But
What
what
if
I think should
different
happen,
directions had different abilities for certain types of lore?
that would make sense. I can see that. I think it would make sense that, like, to unlock certain lore pieces, you need to understand the context of what's going on, right? So let's say that you're in the spaceship and you're going from, like, here to here to here to here to whatever. Unlocking the lore is not just about going to every mission statement, you know, as fast as possible. Nothing's going to tell you what to do next. However, if you manage to put the context clues together and you know to go to this one first, back to the ship, do this one next, do this one, and then go back to the ship again, you'll unlock a special lore premise, which you gathered through context clues, right? Like, somewhere says, like, oh, if you do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in this order, then blank will happen. Then, by putting all that together, you can know to do that. Nothing mechanically in the game will tell you to do that.
Hacking ads.
But you unlock more by doing so, if that makes sense. I don't know how much that made sense. Hopefully that made some amount of sense. It existing is an issue. Even Roguelike have to go fast fuck everybody path. But it being fully deterministic is a bit of a prickly pear to me. Interesting. I'm surprised that's a point of... I mean, you can go through 2 levels deterministically and then go straight out. I mean, this is like not even like 1% of the game. I feel like these first 2 barriers are like essentially the tutorial, right? And you can have a short tutorial or you can have a long tutorial. I think that a deterministic meta to beat the first like 10 minutes of the game, I don't think is the biggest thing. But I'm intrigued, honestly. But basically the ability to go like, to say that if you do things in a certain order, you unlock certain things. I could also see that being how you unlock dice sets, or maybe dice sets being locked behind these barriers. Actually, I kind of like that. I don't hate that. Be melting tomorrow? Oh no, why is that? What happened? To clarify, this isn't a genuine, like, actual problem. I just find it being able to go, you should always pick gate 2 and then gate 5. It's the most efficient starting route to be kind of bleh. Well, okay, yeah, but I also feel like at the same time, when it comes to these early 2 rounds, like, we only have, in this current setup, we only have 2 barriers that require some maximum score, right? There might be a most efficient way to do it. However, the most efficient does... If you need 1,000 points to get past barrier 1, there are a lot of ways to get 1,000 points. The most efficient way doesn't even save you time. It's just technically the highest security, but there's a billion ways to get over 1,000 points, and you don't get anything extra for getting more than that. You just have to beat it one time. Whatever the meta is, quote-unquote, doesn't really matter. It doesn't garner you anything extra. P2 is Y equivalent in this game. I don't know what you mean by that. Probably, but I don't know what that would reference in this case. Like, if you're talking about Easter eggs, then yes, this game's gonna have Easter eggs, I promise. One of the things that I was thinking about that might be a good idea is that maybe these are where dice sets are unlocked. And one of the things that I haven't talked about a whole lot was that this stone texture that we have on the dice right now, the intention for that was going to be that this is how you change the dice set, right? So, let's say that this set right here is called, like, stone dice, for instance. Secret funny Easter egg that does not matter on the lore, yes? Okay, then yeah. I feel like the most efficient way isn't always the best way, depending on what you encounter after the scenario, right? No, again, this isn't a legitimate issue I have. I just prefer Murlocs big. Fuck you, level 1. Work with what you have. If the game hates you, it hates you. Die. Fair enough. I think that's still mechanically plausible and viable. And also, what does deterministic mean in this sense, right? Deterministic, in this case, the only things that's actually changed here is the parameters. And in this case, I think level 1 just doesn't have parameters. But deterministic does not mean that, you know, it's a specific atmosphere, right? Like, it doesn't mean that the first atmosphere is going to be handpicked for you. It just means the only thing that's handpicked is the parameters that you're fighting against, right? So, in this specific case, you're still gonna do the random game loop like we all know Daisong has, right? You're still gonna have to do this part that I'm doing right now. The only thing that changes is that you don't have any specific modifiers to make it harder on you. So, in my head, we're gonna call them environmental
Oh wait,
effects.
that's totally hecking different.
Okay, I understand. I understand what you mean now. I get what you mean. I see what you're talking about. I agree with you, Dino. No. Dino, you are so real for that. I realize. I'm actually glad we clarified this. So, what I more so mean is that these worlds are parameters, right? So, they're basically just what environmental effects do they have on you. So, for instance, scoring is doubled. Economy dice are halved. You cannot have two of the same dice. So on, so on, so on. These are like stakes, right? And what you do is when you unlock these little things right here, you unlock new dice sets. I think that's a good place to unlock dice sets. Maybe I'm crazy, chat. Tell me if I'm crazy. And as you go outside the region, right, the rewards get better, but at the same time, they get harder, right? So they get harder. The world hates you more and more. Shop 1 always has D6 and Ascensions. Statistically, you should go take the D6. I understand what you mean now. I understand. So what if, maybe, potentially, somewhat, maybe they shouldn't buy dice sets, but maybe you should earn something. Do you think that meta currency is a good idea here, chat? Do you think that meta currency is a good idea? Or do you think that's a little too much? Do we like meta currency or do we dislike meta currency? Remind me, this is cool as fuck, actually. It's dynamic difficulty selection. You like meta currency? For a roguelite, depending? Yeah. That's kind of what I mean, right? So, like, for instance, these could be natural dice set unlocks. Or you could get meta currency whenever you beat a level, right? So you get meta currency when you beat a level. You get more meta currency if you beat harder levels. But harder levels naturally have worse multipliers and things like that. So your build is pretty much dependent on what environment are you dealing with? What difficulty are you dealing with? What dice set are you using? What are all of your multipliers stacked together, right? You become more powerful in the way of gaining knowledge of how the game works, being able to craft your deck a certain way, or use a deck that is more optimal towards you, and just doing as many bonuses to fight the negative multipliers as humanly possible. I personally fuck with meta currency. Whoa, congrats on the 100 XP, let's go. I think meta currency might be a good idea.
Myth picking an option with meta in the name? Who woulda thunk?
Who woulda thunked it? The meta currency is Iker. You can't stop me. Although make sure you need a minimum score for getting it and a way to risk it losing all. Hot take, but meta currency is usually more unhealthy than it is healthy. What makes you say that? Out of curiosity, Quincy. Do you have a reason for that? Although make sure you need a minimum score for getting it and a way to risk losing it all. You gain meta currency if you miscalculate. I think at least though sometimes it's best gaining no matter what happened. Rain gets mad in 3, 2. It's hilariously easy to fuck up. Explain. I want your guys' opinions. Give me your professional opinions on this chat. I want them. Can I tell you guys something absolutely bonkers crazy too about this? I kind of want this to be. I hate the idea of losing meta currency in a game loop. That's fair. Rain, it's because I said hot take steals the sun. God damn it. Rain, it's because I said Iker is the meta currency. Changed my mind. Okay, I have a lot of ideas. I cannot talk about all of them, unfortunately. There are some ideas that, unfortunately, I cannot talk about. Sag, I know. Professional opinions. I have no professional anything. Well, then get some. Ooh, Lunar's too good. I love Glimmering, but Lunar's just too good. I should have gotten Glimmering first. Kill me. I started playing the game and I forgot what I was going to say. Close the game. Dear God. Well, it's meta, so you find it in cheese that makes you farm meta or higher rate than it should be. You can break the game, etc. That makes sense. Ori. There it is. No, that makes sense when it comes to meta currency and things like that. I definitely could see reasons why. Honestly, I don't think that... What's really hard? Oh, what, finding a professional opinion? No, you'll be fine. Oh my god, a third soft speak today. Jesus Christ, you guys really know the soft speak today. Understood. I see how it is. No, I could actually see how meta currency could fuck things up. I'm going to be honest with you. If you balance your game around having no meta progression, then meta progression is just power creep. If you balance around having all of it, then the game steps on you until you do. I like that latter one. I know that not everybody likes that, but I really like the latter. But that's the thing about this game, right? Is that this game, in my opinion, should have an infinite amount of difficulty, right? So like the difficulty just scales from 1 to as far as you go that direction, right? So if we imagine, you know, you can keep going outward as far as you want. You can keep going out more and more and more and more forever onward. How much wine is too much wine, chat? Until you stop having fun, well, that's when there's too much. That was a joke. Please, for the love of God, do not be an alcoholic. So I think that when it comes to overbalancing meta progression, it's like you can become more powerful. And this first level, the second level, the third level will become infinitely easier over time. However, you can only go so far, right? Because like even if you become infinitely more powerful, there is still a level that will kick your ass, right? Because there are thousands of levels. There's an infinite number of levels going upwards, right? So there's a point, you know, once you hit a 1,000 division of scoring, once you hit like a 1 million division of scoring, once you cannot earn more than $1 at a time, there's gonna come a point where your meta progression will not protect you anymore, right? Like there's always going to be the breach of difficulty against skill. In my head, maybe I'm crazy for that, which is a pretty good example of how you don't need meta progression to humor deep post-game in score chasers. I agree with that, but I do like the idea of going outward. Like it feels like I don't know, maybe it's just to me, but the idea of the exploration feels really nice. You know, one of the things that pops in my head, to be honest, the perfect solution to this game has too many obscure unlocks is just being like Balacho or Slice and Dice, where you just click the bypass unlocks button. I agree with that. I agree with bypass unlocks. I think what that does though is it shuts off lore, right? Like that version says, okay, you're turning off mission logs. You don't get mission logs. You don't get any of the lore drops. You just unlock everything. You have a day. Skill should always be rewarded. Leaning only on meta progression or skill should not get you all the way far, but not all. Only both do. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of the way that I see this game. This game is kind of a sandboxy roguelike, for lack of a better term. The way that I could see describing this is that these are solar systems, and potentially there's like a prestige effect where you go to another galaxy, as an example. Also, I elaborated in previous message, just so you know. Oh, meta progression is easy to fuck up because if you have 1 billion upgrades and one of the upgrades is get 10% more currency stackable, then you always take that. The grind becomes min-maxing your meta progress until to all the external to get all of the external buffs. The same is true with achievement-based meta progression like Wild Frost. It forces you to build narrow to get every unlock. There are ways to do this elegantly, but as said, stupid easy to stab yourself in the kidney. That makes sense. To be blunt, the issue with making meta progression enables deep post-game enable deep post-game is that those boons will almost certainly impact the early game. Interesting. Maybe I'm salting the same wound, but hear me out here. Option, potential, question. Let's say there's 10 different types of 10 different types of meta upgrades, right? You don't get meta progression, but there's like 10 different types of upgrades that you could get, from permanent scoring to permanent economy, whatever. Whenever you escape a barrier like this, you get one. You get to you draft 3, pick 1, right? And the multiplier, the intensity of that upgrade, is based on what barrier you just crashed through, right? So the first barrier is going to be the weakest. Then you get another draft when you cross this barrier, so on and so on, forever outwards. Prestiging is saying, I want to go to another galaxy, and I want to start over at square one. I want to go back to square one. Because I don't like my first upgrade. I don't like my second upgrade. Given your first and second upgrades are going to be the least impactful, but you can keep going outwards and have several galaxies under your empire, for lack of a better term. And you can just start building these out more and more. These as well with giving you essentially a way to make the game harder to get better and more stuff once you got a lot of meta progression. That's kind of what I'm wondering. Would that be too much? Would that make sense? Whenever you cross a barrier into another, I don't want to call it an orbit because that's a term used for something else. Essentially, think of it like this: if a run has step 1, step 2, step 3, and step 4, it's really easy to want to make meta progression to facilitate step 4. But those same perks invalidate step 1. Now your run is step 0, step 1, step 2, step 3. That makes sense. I see where you're coming from. Yeah, no, I get that. What about lateral meta progression? Think Pokemon. How do we feel about lateral meta progression? Do we think that lateral meta progression is more fair? Where it's not about getting bigger numbers, it's about getting more options, right? You gain access to more things rather than just getting bigger. One of my favorite examples of meta progress is Hyloc here, Save the Fans. You can spend money on your Hollow House upgrades to passively generate more money, or on shop upgrades to get better stats, or character upgrades to unlock and boost the base stats of your characters. But there are a bunch of toggles to go, actually, all the meta currency I spent has no effect. And also, the game wants to rip my throat out with a rusty meat cleaver. Makes sense. Your tropical die is evolving. Press B to cancel. Your tropical die is evolving. Do we think that would make sense, potentially? I like the idea of greed dice. There's a greed dice set where you get all of the best economy dice in the game, and you get multiple stacks of them, so they're super likely. But there's like two power value dice in the game. So you have to just like economy your way through it, and it's a struggle to finally get access to these super rare actual scoring dice. In terms of meta progression, more options generally a lot safer than make current options better. Yeah. 10 bajillion meta currency options, but the 10 bajillion I wish to be tortured and maimed options. Yeah. I think that lateral expansion makes sense, which turns me back to the dice sets, right? The dice sets are an example of lateral progression. I mean, don't get me wrong, you unlock more powerful cards that way, but cards top off after a while, right? And not that long, frankly. There's only so much extra power that you can add. Realistically, all that happens is you just get more ways to smash more things together, right? Again, lateral progression, another example, is Pokemon. Where instead of getting more powerful stuff, I mean, don't get me wrong, Garchomp is more powerful than Weedle, right? We know this. However, there's a harsh ceiling that things don't go past. Or give me a Noida die that makes me play a game of Noida each time it's rolled, and better I do, the higher its value. My god. Yes, we should put sub games. It's also worth mentioning, it's important that when you give new toys that they don't outclass old toys. That's kind of what I was thinking. I think that when it comes to, I mean, don't get me wrong, there's a series of dice that were designed to be outclassed by nature. So if we go to atmospheres, right? Like the empty, dwarved, desolate, frozen, Terran, noxious, and gas giant, these were all specifically designed to have no effect. They're going to get outclassed very early. Some of these are just bad. Like, some of these are okay. Like, they're usable, but some of them are just generically bad because a die that does addition is always going to be worse than a die that does multiplication. It's just the nature of things. Lateral could be good. Could do it like Poke Rogue, where even if you can start with a legendary, that legendary also costs like 9 points out of 10 for you to start with. That would make sense. I would be okay with walking away from meta currency. Another option, which I personally hate, because I hate things like this, meta currency could work on only expendables, right? So you spend meta currency on a one-time boon that works only for the next round, for the next X round, so on and so on. So you have to keep your meta currency up or save it or economize it in some fashion in order to utilize it, but I hate that. I hate temporary boons. I never pay for temporary boons because they make me feel bad. Dad that does multiplication pales into face of Stormy. The power of Stormy. The power of Stormy. It's fine for draft pool to have bad options, but I'm more referring to plan A being outclassed by plan B, which enables by XYZ unlocks. Okay, that makes sense. I understand what you're saying. Hate temp boons. I'm not a fan of temp boons. I'm not a fan of temp boons. I hate them. If there's meta currency, I will not spend them on temp boons. It could be the only thing you could buy, and I still wouldn't buy them. Can we get a change log every few updates? That's probably a good idea, honestly. I will see if I can... Yes, that's a good idea. That is a good plan. I should do that. What's a good way to do this, chat? What's a good way to do this? Let's delete all this. So we have solar systems, for lack of a better term. And these solar systems have a rank. Starting at 0. Let's bolden this up a bit so it's easier to see. But it looks so pretty when it's thin. Do light. No, when it's thin. Kill me. So we have this difficulty rank that starts at 0. Higher ranks require high scores to unlock. And then I realized I had to do this again. There's a bullet point option for this, isn't there? There is. I know there is. I've used this application many a time before. Okay. Yo, what's up, London? How you doing?
God, I'm just crooning out text walls today, hey.
Yo, London,
London
so
Blue
much
AE's just subscribed for 32 months. Here's a resub.
Thank you so much for the resub, dude. 32 months is crazy. Is that any badge? No, 30 months is. Thank you so much, dude. Putting you on the subboard. Amazing. Appreciate the help. How are you in London? We're talking about Daiso. Oh, okay, bye. London, thanks. Yep, Rain's there. Thank you very much, London. I appreciate you. Environmental parameters are randomized based on difficulty, i.e., half scoring, half economy. Okay, so this is kind of what we have right now. So our current progression, see 2 large text walls for thoughts on meta progression, not to meta progress. fucking Photoshop photo editing software to type
Are
a
you
goddamn
actually
design
hacking
document
mental?
out? Potentially, yes. Chat, is this gonna be the day that I break and finally use Obsidian? Probably not. One of my favorite examples of meta progress is Hilo Cure. We've done that. We said that. Having meta progress be a thing, because the only way to make a truly replayable roguelike with 0 meta progress is to go the pixel dungeon route of here's the tutorial, explains nothing other than the base mechanics and a few tips. Now go figure out why drinking a potion of liquid flame while you stand in tall grass is a bad idea the hard way, dumbass. Yeah, no, that's fair. I'm looking through them. I am in fact looking through them. I just love this. Look, it's so pretty, chat. It's so pretty. Chat, do I just get Obsidian? Should I use Notion? Notion's not very good, but it is better than many other text options. That's probably a good idea to use Notion. I should use Notion more often. It's Ori. Ori's the same fuckhead that says tutorials are useless before failing to understand how the game works on a fundamental level every time. I don't remember doing that. I don't remember doing that at all. I think you should just stick with what you are doing currently. Zero says I should do it, so I think it's okay. I'm mad at Ori, but like, no, this is valid how we're here in stage
I did not jive with Notion. The menu layering was very opaque to me.
It's a little bit ass, I'm gonna be honest with you, but I'll point this out as an option so that we can see. So solar systems. Difficulty
We'll
rank.
actually pay you.
You pay me to use Obsidian right now? Am I gonna get bribed to use Obsidian? Is that how this is gonna go? This sounds like a mild nuisance. I will take bribes. Don't like Notion. It smells like a white-collar middle manager who hates their job. It kind of does, dude. It kind of fucking does, dude. I can't believe I paid money for this application. Something else that is presumably never used before. I've touched Obsidian and no more. I've done no more than touch Obsidian. I am willing to try it. It will be a learning curve, but honestly, content is content. There's something else I want to talk about while we talk about potential bribes here. Tangent, but the progression of this at Metroidvania feels very nice. Hey, we're talking about progression right now. One of the things that I want to talk about, which is Void Rot. One of the things I want to talk about that feels kind of out there. It feels a little bit out there. I mean, call me crazy. But I'm really interested, and I think this being
Thank you guys so much for the donation.
3D FPS.
Voltaic Grid just tipped $20.
Fine. Banker time, Volt. Timer. Alright. Let's download Obsidian. Let's see what this is like. But yeah, no, if you decide to get meta progress, you should know it will be alienating many people since the decision mandate's going, you know nothing. Against meta progress, yeah. That's an old ass question when it comes to Windows. Holy hell, dude. That's crazy. Thank you so much for the tip, Volt. I appreciate you. Much money, literally. Free to cancel your Adobe subscription. Give me an actual number. I don't think I physically could. Like, I don't have another way. I don't have another method of making content without it because there just isn't enough training. Like, I'm not trained enough. Rain uses it regularly. Like, I don't think there's any way for me to get out from under it at this moment. I don't like Adobe either. I want you to know that. But we both use it for a lot of reasons that it's going to be so insanely difficult to get out of. Can we not, dude? Yo, can we chill? Holy hell. Okay, what
Minimize now. Minimize.
Thank you. That's funny. Anyways. I love it here, dude. I fucking love it here. I need to learn how to. Okay. Let's create a new vault. Dice song. Browse me a location. Oh, this is actually probably a good idea for this.
Bye stream VOD.
Hey, I didn't know that would happen either. You paid me to do this. I want you to remember that. Okay. Close that out. Didn't need that anyways. Okay. Oh, whoa, this link is really cool. What is this? Whoa. Graph view is crazy. Dice on. Oh, interesting. Okay. And that was an accidental dox. Sure, we'll call it that. An update. We'll send an Ori general. Interesting. Before, because they're doing work to help get Ori off Adobe. Out of all of the things, Hale, out of all of the things, that's so crazy to hear, actually. There would need to be a replacement for Premiere and a genuine replacement, like power-wise, for Premiere and for After Effects, for Photoshop, for Illustrator, for all of these, minimum, like those things minimum. I already don't use Volt said timer. That's the bare ass minimum of what I use quite regularly. I already don't use Acrobat. It's crazy that they made Acrobat as ass as it is already. That was a decision of all time. Whoops. Give me graph view. How do I make a new? Ooh, interesting. There's a lot of stuff here. Okay. The fucked up thing, what? The hardest thing to replace is Illustrator in my experience. I said it out loud and I was like, oh god, what is it? Wow. Yeah, it does. What was the fucked up thing? Hold on, someone said the fucked up thing and I didn't read the rest of it. It's gone. Illustrator is a graphic processing engine specifically designed for vector graphics. It is very, very unique in how it functions. You can open PDFs in it. You can open, again, it's obviously for vector graphics and pathing. So instead of like drawing pixel by pixel and things like that, you make lines and paths, which is basically just math equations for the computer, but that come in a visual tense, and they're infinitely scalable upwards or downwards. It's very important for like logo design, for like making graphics for like books covers. We made all of Utopia on Illustrator. Inkscape is vector graphics program I use personally. Inkscape does vector graphics? I thought Inkscape was a GIMP. Shit. I didn't know that, actually. That's another thing that would happen, though, as well, is that I have all of these files. Like, literally, all of Utopia editable is in Illustrator files, right? So, if I move to a non-Illustrator program, I won't be able to edit them, right? It is literally infinite. Vector graphics are infinitely scalable. Literally. Because they're not pixels,
A1
right?
paper vector is chef's kiss asterisk.
I use fucking Ibis Paint vector layers, Lamau. Voluminous computers? I mean, yeah. Not even, because you just plant a scalar on it, right? Like, you just say 3x, 20x, 20 billion x. You know what I mean? I guess there's a you know, like a technical limit, but not one that is ever... Computers, not people in cars. Regardless. I need to
At
learn how to use
Ashton
this.
PYR? Not really. WDYM.
Okay, so one of my questions is, first of all, how the fuck do I use this application? But beyond that, let's say I make a new one. Can I, like, attach you to... Can I put you under here? Can I make you, like, a child of this?
Vector graphics just defines equations. The
Mhm.
rendering scale doesn't make anything any harder to display.
That's sorting. That did something. That's folders. Interesting. I do this for my design documents, even for like Utopian stuff, to be able to outline something and then at a glimpse know when it has been completed or when it needs more work. Oh, check mark. Oh, I see.
Ori, there's a functionality.
Why is it not working? It's not checkboxing. Dash before. Oh, dash before. Hmm? Not following. Dash? Hey, what's up, Namian? Welcome in. Thank you so much. Dash, space, left bracket, space, right bracket. I feel like a toddler. Okay. I presume it's not going to be easy to just reformat this, right? Especially now because I just added all the emojis. Ah, damn. Can I control shift it? Nope. Okay. Whoops. I don't specifically want it to be crossed out, I'm going to be honest, but I think this is fine. I think I'd almost rather the emoji. Yeah, actually, I'm going to stick with the emoji. I know it sounds wrong, but part of the reason is because it actually keeps the numbering, which I need, because the numbering matches the in-game. Because right here you can see that they have an ID, and I think I want to keep that. Maybe I'm crazy. I don't know. We'll see. Oh, you can just 3 buttons replace? Oh, no shit. Wow. Super hot? It might be. I might be. Actually, okay. Final answer. I will use an emoji for when it is not implemented, rather than for when it is. Okay. Okay, yeah, we'll do that. When the atmosphere is added, increase wealth by 4. That one's actually really nice, honestly. We have Gas Giant, which is the no effect one. Gaseous, which is mediocre. What I was trying to say is that I think they should have like a power rank, for lack of a better term, so that we can see at a glance like how strong or what the intended rarity of it is. Oricat. Yeah. Alright. I do use a lot of words in silly ways. I have a straight shot at Bongo. One thing guaranteed to happen. The only one problem is the thing I need is someone to VIP. We'll just have somebody a VIP then. Or did I tell you I found a fucking Chinese mod for Plants vs. Zombies 1 that replaces the plants with anime girls? It's hilarious. There's no fucking way, dude. Share with the class. Share with the class. Verdant. Wealth to die rolls. Fertile. D8. And it is at the end of each round it should be. Well, it's increased by a random amount up to 10. That's cool. I like that one. Glimmering. I do like Glimmering a lot. Glimmering is actually a very unique die, in my opinion. Prolific is a D8. And it's at the end of each round, increase a random ascension by 1. I like that one a lot as well. Growing is a D10. Add the number of atmospheres in this dice quadrant to the value of this dice rolls. It's not bad. It's usually not going to be that great, I think, but I think there's a few ways that we can make it a lot better. Conductive. Add the highest ascension to the value of this dice rolls. Yep. Thriving is a D2. Ooh, more D2s. I don't think I even wrote D2s here, actually. Like a dummy. Thriving. At the end of each round, this die has a small chance to promote. Yes, Thriving and then Baron is the opposite of that. The D20 that has a random chance to demote. Dense, D12. I believe this is...
Ori ignoring me. Clearly it's because he hates me.
Cute. How could I tell that was Forager? Jimmy, hi! Can I be mean to Oria? Ori, hi Olivia, how's it going? Absolutely, be mean. Be as mean as you wish. It's kind of a hobby around here, I would say. Flourishing when this die is rolled, if the quota's already met, increase the wealth by 6. I like that. That's a really good contingency, in my opinion. I like having simple contingencies like that. Forces a little bit more dynamic play style, in my opinion. Blooming and Bountiful. Bountiful is a D2. Just use the damn creature gen sheet, to be honest. I have sheets open. Terrible Rain. Oh, what's that? Working on a creature creator because the existing one sucks and doesn't have evasive for some reason. Interesting. I don't know what... I don't think I've used the creature sheet, actually. I use pen and paper. I use the creature generation paper sheet. I don't know if you guys have seen it. It's on the Mirror Myth website. When the die is rolled, the quota's already met. Double a random ascension. Yeah, I like that one. It's actually very powerful, frankly. I don't know how often we get used.
Yeah, I use the paper one.
The paper one is so nice, dude. I love the paper one so much. Yeah, same with even with items now. Like, I can make items in my head, and I still use it. What the fuck? That's weird. Radioactive. 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 Sorry. Dense has a typo in it. Threshold. There we go. When this dice rolled, increase its sell value by 2. If its value is less than its sell value, destroy it. That's
10/10 singing.
Thank you, Namian. I'm sorry you guys had to hear that. Okay, so here's what we have right now. So for atmospheres, this is our D2, D4, D6, D8, D10, D12, D20. I'm going to put a
Pips.
little... Oh, pips again? Oh, poor Piper. Hi, Piper. Hi, Jelly Bean. Not that I need it. It's that I will either use it or I will never write down anything of any of them ever. Fair enough. Chat says hi, Piper.
Tell Pips I say hi.
Just had an aneurysm? Oh, no. That's amazing. Also, welcome in, Olivia. Thank you so much for joining in. You're still free to be mean if you want. You're free to be mean. I'm honestly actually like really curious. If somebody comes in and says, hey, I want to be mean to you, and I'm like, do it. Do it, you won't. Enjoy pee. Thank you, Peps. Okay, I'm gonna do a little, we're gonna do a little formatting key. So I think this is gonna be a good idea. I'm not a masochist. Guys, I'm not a stop it. I'm not a masochist. No, it's completely different, chat. Do not get it misconstrued. It is completely separate. It is purely curiosity. And not masochistic curiosity either. You guys are just confused. Okay. The heading. If the title starts with an... God, I wish that emoji worked. Okay. This is basically what I wanted to add. So we have a little formatting key. So I know for myself that the heading of each section will tell what rank the die is. So obviously these are all D2s, these are all D4s, yada yada. The first one is the description. So these are the literal descriptions of the dice and should be mechanically accurate. Anything following should be italicized. So example text here. So if something's italicized here, it means that it is a hidden feature of the die. It is not written in the game that it does that, but it does do that. And the title starts with an X symbol. It means it has not been added to the game yet. So that'd be an example of like if I was like this. It means that this is still a conceptual item, and we have not added it yet. I'm just looking at the vault, and God, oh, interesting. What's your first thought, Namian? Tell me what you're thinking. I'm curious on your opinions on the vault. Ooh, goody gumdrops. I'm ready for this. I think somebody else is going to be mean to me now. Okay, so this is pretty much everything, I think. We could add some of the other stuff that was locked away in Notion to this as well, because we did have some additional ideas. These ones will get the X. Oh, that's right. The first line for each atmosphere will have a rarity followed by a classification. Rarity showcases how powerful the die is, the atmosphere is. Classification will depict what type of bonus it will offer. So for these, give a little bit of a classification for each one. So we can give a rarity to these. I think this will probably range from like just tier -1. I think that a -1, a negative first tier. All the way up to like tier, 5, 6, whatever. Just
Bye,
to tell you.
Neb.
Oh, bye, Neb. Have a good one. God, this is so painful to watch. I'm a little bit of an Obsidian nerd myself, and I do what you're doing right now a tad differently. Euphemism. God, this is so painful to watch. Wait, hold on. Tell me about it. I want to hear about it. Why is this so bad? If anybody is surprised, which I'm sure all of you are, I'm sure everybody's extremely surprised that this is my first time using Obsidian. At least for my, yeah, this is my first time using Obsidian, like, genuinely. I've used Obsidian to look at other people's projects, but I've never actually, like, made anything in Obsidian. It is pretty painful. I'm so happy. I'm so glad to make you guys suffer for this. Tier 0. None. Useless. Can I just bracket this? Or does bracket have a purpose? Brackets with a 0 is a... Oh, it's checked, apparently. Oh, 0 is checked, but it doesn't cross it out. Oh, that's neat. Is there a way to make that not happen? Graves. Okay. I have to grave bracket this. Scoring. Same, but I haven't really familiarized myself with the system. It's not like you're using it correctly. You can just use however you want. But you're not leveraging Obsidian correctly. Interesting. It's very versatile once you get used to it. I believe that. I very much believe that. I could definitely see it being a very, very... Oh, I used to plan my stories. Oh, man, you guys are going to get me addicted to Obsidian. Which I assumed I would have been. Ever since Volt told me about Obsidian, I'm like, oh, man, I would love that. And then I never touched it. It's boring. I think that, okay, chat, I'm gonna ask you some questions for the people who... Ooh, let's actually bolden these. Oh, the bold is very, very, like... of being a valued member of this team, or in a nutshell. To post a screenshot and DC, go for it. Gets
Fuck
pretty
off.
wild. Love that. Never touches it. Gets it to finally. Can't stop. Yes, no, this happens quite often, chat. Do not be misconstrued. I need to rank these dice. I need to roughly rank these dice. This is probably a 0, roughly. Like, it's a 1 because it's nothing. I think I'll call it utility. So I need a classification and a value for each of these. Whereas, like, no effect is just a 0. It's a tier 0. A negative effect would be a tier -1. Types include, like, scoring, utility, or useless for the 6 useless dice. Literal addiction. Yeah. When the dice is rolled, multiply the value by itself. A squaring die, I think, is barely tier 2. Multiply all other values by this die's index is probably a tier 2 in my opinion. Tori. At the end of each round, this die has a small chance to promote. Is a 1. I think it's almost a 0. Like, it's borderline useless, I would say. Trying to concoct a system for you to fly for you on the fly in my head. Oh, interesting. To have obsidian work for you. Interesting. Q eco. When this die is rolled, the quota is already met. Double a random ascension. I think that's 2. I will call that ascension. And not just be a glorified text editor. Oh, I'm very intrigued. I'm sure I will discover things. I'm more than sure that I will discover things as time goes on. Whoa. I see immediately that there's like stuff here I feel like I'm gonna be very interested in. Wait, what? How do I do tags? I want tags. Oh, that's huge. Oh, that's so huge. Oh my goodness. Oh, that's crazy. Oh my goodness. I love it here. I think this is tier 2. Oh, that's so nice, dude. I love that so much. Double the value. Think this is a tier 2? When this die is rolled, double the value of all rolls and decrease what by 1. Yeah, I think that's definitely a scoring one. We need to talk in like checks calendar. Like, how does 3 months sound to you, Lamau? Teach me the roads to the city because I still have no idea how to organize. Real as hell. Bit better, you're going somewhere. We're getting somewhere, chat. We're learning how to obsidian. This is great. Okay. Dwarfed is tier 0 and useless. Love it. So is there a way to search tags?
101.
I presume, hey, so tempted to open a new Google Doc for an idea that I literally cannot physically bring to fruition for at least another 2 years. I like this. Right sidebar. Huh? Find? I presume it's not like that. I presume it's not just Control F style find. Unless it is. I don't know. Next to minimize? Oh, I see. Cool.
There's 4 tabs equals up there.
I see. Tags. I see. Interesting. I probably should use these slightly differently, but oh well. We'll come back to that. I'll come back when I regret this more. Oh, I see the... Oh, okay, yep, okay. Path, I see. Markdown searching style. Discord uses a similar searching style, right? Is this just inherent to Markdown?
Yeah, and the tags use is sort of atrocious, but it's a start.
The tags use is sort of atrocious. I love it here. Hold and then put D2/D4, D6 in individual files. Can I do that easily? Like, can I compact this into a file? I see why you say that.
Yes.
Now, okay. How would I go back and compact this? Oh, just copy and paste. All right, fair enough. You got me on that one. 2. 5. Fair enough. Can I do this? No, I can't. It seems sad. Oh, can I do this? I can. Okay, I can do that. Blap? Nice. Okay. I do.
It's like a lot.
I see. Once you feel the vibe, Obsidian is legit. Oh, I believe you. I
Yes.
believed you from the start. The problem is that you were probably right, and I didn't feel like it at the time, to be terribly honest with you. This feels like it has less searchability. It probably doesn't, but it feels like it'll be slightly harder to search things here. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy. Usually am. Like, it seems nice to be able to see this at a glance, but I'm gonna trust the process for a second. We're gonna trust the process. Okay. Okay. Get rid of that. Neat. I see where this is going to come a lot in handy. Is there a way to input stuff from this into Notion? Is what I'm curious of. Volt, I think I've asked you about that before. Because Notion is really nice, honestly, for like being a team space. And from what I understand, Notion is not cloud-based. Correct me if I'm wrong. Okay. And now I presume that tags will make more sense here. And I can just put general, like dice philosophy or information right there. Like, that's where I'd put that type of text. Okay. Or so I think there's an option to share, but but this is your doc primarily. That makes sense. Or it's just uploaded. I'm like, that's kind of what I was thinking. I use Dropbox to have it available on every device. I do use Dropbox as well. There's not a way to, like, yeah, this doesn't really do anything for us right now. So, there's no easy way to just see all of the dice from what I can tell, is kind of the one problem that I have with this. But I think that's okay for right now. This web is so jumbled. Is there a way to, like, automatically, like unjumble
Dropbox
things?
my beloved.
Oh, you don't like Dropbox, huh? Glimmering, when this die is rolled, increase the rolled ascension by 1. Tier 1? Ascension. Web regenerates every time you close and reopen it. Understood. That makes sense. And you can probably make something akin to a GitHub repo. I could definitely see that. Glimmering when the dice rolled, increase the rolled ascension by 1. I think Glimmering might be tier 2, honestly. I'm gonna go as far as to call it tier 2. Maybe change our mind later. Desolate. Tier 0. Useless. There's an add-on, I believe, that allows you to see inline linked content. Ooh. Oh, there's add-ons. Oh, God, dude. You should not have shown me this application. Put an exclamation? What's an exclamation do? Before the link? No shot. And it just inlines everything? That's crazy, dude. Is there like an easy way to like click it after that? It just auto inlines it, huh? That makes sense.
It's free.
It's free. Like 500 copies of the application delivered to my doorstep. This is crazy, actually. I see why everyone was mad at me now. I see why Volt was mad at me. That was Volt was correctly mad at me, as per usual. This is crazy, dude. This is actually crazy. I see it. I see it. I see the vision, chat. But I can still click on it from the web, right? So, like, if I need to go in here, then I can at least go. Oh, I can just also... No? Oh, God. No, don't do that. Jesus Christ. Where's the...
Folder view at the top.
Oh, I see. I see what I did wrong. Let's go ahead and delete that. And delete Untitled Canvas. Blue.
Fucking VC me, bitch.
No. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, so yeah, you found the folder view. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Are these in a folder or did you just create separate files?
They're not in a folder.
Okay, put them in a folder.
Okay. Should I just do atmospheres?
Correct.
I see.
Volt represent.
Beautiful. Look at that. Oh my god.
Cool. So if I it regenerates, but it still tangles up. That's okay.
Yeah, it'll get better over time. Give it time. Okay. Go take a moment, please. Go to settings.
Settings.
Well, I'm also watching stream delay, so this might be impossible for me.
Settings.
Cool.
There's
go
a lot
to
that can be done
community
still.
plugins.
Plugins. Core plugins. Oh, community plugins.
Community plugins. Yep.
Turn on community plugins.
Yep.
Okay. Browse.
And then go into browse. Yep, perfect. And you're looking for Excalidraw. Should be one of the first ones.
It's the first one.
Cool. Install it.
Enable.
Cool. There's also a ton in there. Worry about those later. There's a ton of amazing ones. Now, go back all the way out to your main folder.
Yep.
Create a... Yep, beautiful. This is an infinite canvas. You can draw infinitely. Scroll in infinitely. Zoom out infinitely. It is everything you could ever want.
Understood. So...
You can link documents in it by dragging them in here. So if you need to link D2 to D4, you could drag them both in and draw a line between them.
Oh, I see. I see the possibilities. Oh my goodness, that's crazy. Is this all purely vector?
Excalidraw? I think so. Yeah, because you can export it as an SVG if you needed to.
That's insane, dude. I can't believe that. Okay, duly noted. Understood. I see now.
I see the vision. Muted until you fuck up again.
It shouldn't take long.
I'm aware.
Woo! I think that we're gonna call auction rich utility, as well as auction poor. I think I'm gonna put it at tier 0. It's so bad. I think that. Yeah. Oh, goodbye 5 minutes. I'm in fucking Christmas land, Lamau. Obsidian is perfect, mostly. Yeah, no. Obsidian is amazing. I think that Tropical is in tier 3, maybe tier 4. I'm gonna be honest.
This be my favorite app ever.
It's pretty insane. You're welcome to go over Obsidian with me too, and I'm not in the woods anymore. Tee. High carbon. At the current round, this is like a tier 1 scoring. It's pretty ass. I think I need to go back and look at what's tier 1 and tier 2.
It's complicated, but it's so worth it to learn.
Super Hot, I think, is a fair tier 2. Reflective is a fair tier 2. Super Hot might be a tier 3. I think tier 2 is fine.
Rain is herbling.
What's that? I have ideas. Oh, you organize anything. I think I'm gonna save this for game-based like design documents and things like that, because I like the idea of having something that links into itself a lot. However, I think for accessibility purposes, there are some times where just a basic document is probably going to be better, or maybe an image is going to be better, what have you, what have you. But anything as complex as a game, I think
shuffle
is fair
hands
to put it
heavily.
That's what exporting it as a PDF is. Or
I'm aware of that, but
Google,
like
Google Docs also supports Markdown, so you could just copy it and paste it raw into Google Docs.
Wait, that it does?
Yes, you just have to enable it in the settings.
That's really nice, because that's how the homebrew editor is written. And if I knew that, that's okay. That's amazing, actually. Anyways, what I was going to say is something like the Adventurer's Guide, right? It is a game. However, it's nice for the final product to have it in its format.
Time to spend the next checks notes *week and a half transposing all dozen and a half of my documents about stuff regarding my conduits into an Obsidian document.
Wow. Tier 1, Tier 2, Tier 3. Classifications. Let me just actually headline this, I think. Scoring increases or boosts scoring in some fashion. Economy increases wealth. Utility, a non-numerical functionality, may assist or aid other functions of the game. Useless. There's no ability. Okay. Similar impact. You would die with no abilities.
I love Obsidian 3.
Introduced Obsidian by Tag Studio Guy. Tag Studio Guy, or becomes addicted to volcanic rock. I've become addicted to volcanic rock, indeed. I am, I need a diamond pickaxe for Obsidian. Tier 1 has a limited effect that may be pertinent in an early game setting. Be considered for mid to late game play, but required. Generally, additive, not multiplicative. Does not have game-changing impact. Additive or generally additive or multiplicative. May be powerful enough to modify the scope of play upon acquiring.
Obsidian does have complex tag support, but I usually don't use it.
What is complex tags? Well,
complex tags are tags that have a slash in them. So you put a tag and then slash and then something else. You can categorize them into subsections.
Oh, I'm gonna do that. That sounds amazing. Oh, that sounds actually egregiously amazing. Cool. Mold of the gameplay loop entirely centered around it. Otherwise, a similar impact. Okay, so we have tier 0 through... Oh, we actually have tiers -1. The effect is more negative than positive. Okay. We will add more stuff as necessary. Let's go to D2 real quick, and if I do... How do I do it? It's I write the tag and then do slash.
Wait, oh my god, I can make the Dual Fates design document so easily with this app. Oh my god.
Perfect.
I'm just gonna do slash atmo. Is it just functionally kind of the same thing as a tag? But no, because I presume you can search the subcategories, right? The entirety of the compass can fit in obsidian so neatly. Wait. So when I'm doing... So how would I search the subtags exactly?
It should be the same way.
At
So if you go
there's not much NGL.
Yeah, it should be in there. It's tier 0 slash ammo, right? So you should be able to do tag tier 0. Do you only have one? It's all ammo, right?
Yeah, atmo.
So create a second subcategory. So do like tier 0 slash something else. Atmo, sorry.
Okay. Okay, so I have a different one.
Okay.
I think it's just treating it as one giant tag currently.
Right, because you don't have any separate subcategories. Yeah.
You're
probably also better off using the tab browser
first
or
is
tag
porting
browser
all my
on the
conduit
right-hand
docs and
panel instead of the search
conglomerating
bar.
them into a single obsidian doc.
Probably not use complex tags in this case. I don't think they serve quite enough purpose for it. I'm okay with not for right now.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Dice slash tier.
Dice slash tier, that makes sense. Okay, next time. That'll be for Obsidian 102. Okay, so under our current scoring premise, we have tier 0, tier 2, when this die is rolled, multiply all their values by, yep, this die is rolled, multiply its value by itself. At the end of each round, the die has a small chance to promote. Tier 1 at best. Double random ascension. Tier 2, yep, it's multiplicative. Dice rolled, double the value vault, yep, generally tier 2. Tier 0, tier 3, when this die is rolled, multiply the next rightmost die by its value. That's still technically tier 2. Lunar, I think, is on the upper end of tier 2, frankly. It is just multiplicative, but it is, like, extremely multiplicative. Actually, I think I'm gonna consider this tier 3, because it's, like, it's bordering on exponential, because it's multiply a value by a value. So I think I am gonna go as far as to call it tier 3. Yeah, multiply value by value. Yeah. So I think Lunar is a fair tier 3. When this die is rolled, increase the rolled ascension by 1. Glimmering is barely a tier 2. I think it's a very strong tier 2, in my opinion. Why is this one... Oh, it's because I didn't... There we go. Potion Rich, when this die is rolled, another is rolled, the higher index is accepted. I think this is barely a tier 1 utility. It's not that good, to be frank with you, but... I think it should still be considered tier 1, because it does have an effect that can be used, especially when it's, like, to maneuvering faces. Tropical? Is Tropical tier 3? Tropical is just insane. Yeah, I think Tropical is just insane. There's a bunch you can do to make it more straightforward. You can look into the metadata? That's crazy, actually. What's the amount of XP I need for level 103? Let me look up the thingy for it. Hold on. It is total XP equals 100 times level minus 1 squared. That is the formula for it.
Ori.
Yeah.
Go to the very first line of a file.
Of a
type
file?
3 dashes. Yeah.
Okay.
So, like, right after the title.
Only
Oh,
took me a
understood.
45-ish min to write it.
What? Wait, what is that? A test.
So this is your file metadata. So you can put anything in there. Those properties can be custom. You can use the ones that exist. You can add tags to the file itself.
Oh, that's insane, dude. That's actually insane. Oh my goodness. Metadata is gold. What do I need that for? I'm gonna figure this out in due time. I'm gonna figure out what I will need it for, but I guarantee that I will need it. High carbon is tier one scoring. It's dog shit. Blooming at the end of each round, wealth is increased by the number of atmospheres in this quadrant. That's tier 1 scoring. Oh no, wealth. No, it's economy. Probably tier 1 economy, but still. Yes, that's very tier 1 economy. D8s, frozen. This is tier 0 useless. Chat, I need to pee. I'll be right back. Enjoy your time with Volt. Don't be nice to him. Be sensitive.
Okay, now. I'm not that sensitive. Come on. Hello, chat. What's up? Hello. I am the superior streamer. I don't use canvases. That's a relatively new Obsidian feature that I need to understand better before I start making good use of it. I'd like to. Oh yeah, good. I'm glad it does, Dino, because it's incredible. It's so good. Like people talk about Notion and like how it's, you know, God's greatest gift to man, but like, yeah, nothing quite scratches the itch like Obsidian. And there's add-ons to like add emojis to, or like icons, not just emojis, but like icons to files and folders and color them. Yeah, I'd love to see it. It's Voltaic Grid on the Discord. Just tag me. I'm here. Oh yeah, the add-ons on Obsidian are incredible. Nothing quite like Obsidian. Love it so much. Tag Page is good. That's a good add-on. I like using Tag Page a lot. Data View is good. Iconize is the one. That's the one that allows you to add icons to individual files and folders.
What does?
Iconize, it's an add-on.
Does it come with its own icons? Its own? Yeah.
Yeah, but you can also download individual icon packs based on what they have available. And they have all of them.
Iconize. Oh, that's really nice. Oh, fuck yeah. I'm taking that. Bloop. Oh, did I enable it? Did I forget to enable it?
Yes, you did.
Ooh. Enable.
And then go to its settings when you open it up. So you can download the individual icon packs. Yeah, very, very bottom.
Options?
I don't know. Nope. Yep. Oh, God. Yep. Options.
Okay.
And then under icon packs, scroll down.
Icon packs.
It's somewhere in there.
Add custom icon pack?
Yeah. Add icon pack. Browse icon packs. Add preferred icon packs. Browse icon packs. And then select. I like Font Awesome. Font Awesome's pretty good. RPG Awesome is also awesome because it's got a bunch of like RPG style icons like swords and.
Oh, that's super nice. I see. Okay. RPG Awesome.
And then right click on a folder or file and you can right click, change icon.
Right click, change icon.
Yep.
Oh, some of them are colored, some of them aren't. Oh, interesting. ARF. Oh, that's so fucking cute, dude. Wait, tell me they have D. Tell me they have like D10 versus. No, they don't. Shucks.
Try dice 10.
Nah. That's okay.
Okay. Oh my goodness.
I love iconography so much when it comes to organizing things. You wouldn't know that based on how I develop games, to be honest. But my god, I do. Okay. Back to what we were doing. Unstable. When this die is rolled, trigger each atmosphere an effect on an additional time. That is definitely at least a tier 2. I think that's a tier 2, maybe a tier 3. Yo, what's up, Donut? How's it going? It is Obsidian. Might be a way to add icons, actually. I love data view. Data view? What is data view?
Data view is interesting. It's if you're big into like the data side of things and like statistics, you can use data view, and tasks is the other add-on, and they kind of work together to like give you diagram or like not diagrams. Oh yeah, you can also, that's right. Data view also lets you use like SQL style queries too, isn't it? Yeah. I just went over everyone's head.
Yeah, absolutely did. I know that it's web development based. I just don't know what SQL is, or at least I don't remember. You can use JavaScript in it. Oh shit, that's crazy.
Yeah. And all of the appearance is drawn is based off of CSS, so you can actually write your own styling for your entire journal all by yourself.
Jesus Christ, dude. So wealth quota's already met. Increase wealth by 6. I think that's a tier 1 economy.
I try to avoid SQL daily.
Might be tier 2.
Not SQL.
Not SQL? Oh.
It's JavaScript SQL style. Data view JS queries. I mean, in the end, it's still a select statement. Let's be real.
Guys will increase wealth by 1.
You can make your own style sheet, Dino. Yes.
This is amazing. I love it here. Add your current wealth to the value of this die's rolls. That's tier 1 scoring, I guess. I think that's generally not. It could be a very ass tier 2. I think I'm gonna put this in tier 2, but not. It's takes so much to make it worthwhile. But your wealth can also be multiplicative, so I'll put this in tier 2. But it's a very low tier 2, frankly. Vernon is kind of mediocre. It's just in size quadrant, the value of each dice rolls. Fuck, is unstable tier 3. People who have played Dice Song is unstable tier 3. Unstable is like a staple term. I think it's a tier 3. Barely, but it is. Unstable is just kind of insane. Growing at the number of atmospheres in the dice quadrant, the value of this dice rolls.
There's also built-in themes too, Dino. I shouldn't have said that because Ori's gonna want one that looks.
Yes. How do I do the custom theming, Volt?
Settings, appearance, themes. Find one that you like.
Is this specific to like every separate document? Like every document has its own?
No. This is the vault as a whole.
Understood. Oh, the vault. But if I were to make a new vault, then it would be its own theme.
Hit manage on themes.
Understood. Oh, whoa. I see.
Yes.
Whoa. Interesting. Freaking out is the entertainment I needed this week. Now, Pastel Obsidian on Dia's desktop, indeed. Ooh.
its theme is very good. It also has built-in settings for like TTRPG stuff too.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I don't like
Its theme is probably the most customizable of them,
that. Makes sense.
but that starts getting deep into the woods too.
Checks out primary. Very primary color focus. Prism. Light mode obsidian, my favorite. I do love the 6 colored headers. I'm doing Tokyo Night.
Yeah, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. There's a lot of obsidian tutorials on YouTube. Some of them are very beginner friendly too. Makes sense. Tiers are okay. So I'll go back to atmospheres real quick to roughly explain them. So tiers. Tier -1 means that the die generally has a negative effect. Tier 0 is equivocal to no effect. Tier 1 is a minor effect. Tier 2 is generally additive or multiplicative, applicable for mid to late gameplay, but not on their own. Like they are not going to snowball on their own, but they can assist a snowball. Tier 3 is will snowball on its own or may modify your gameplay just on the fact that you acquired it. Tier 4 is like god level. Like there is not a tier 4 yet. Do not the flashbang. With that in mind, where would you rank unstable 0? Unstable is just a multi-trigger, right? It makes your die trigger an additional number of times. Conductive, add the highest essentially value this die's rolls. That's a tier 1. It's add something. What's your bad news? It's understandable, honestly. I'm just a nerd. Dude, this is phenomenal. I'm gonna use this so much.
You gave that a blank tier. You just typed tier.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Look at me go. Tier 1. There we go.
I feel like it'd be easier to put those tags next to the actual name of it and then use the description underneath it instead of having 2 separate bullet points for each one.
You know, I kind of forgot that was an option. That's hilarious. Damn. All right, this application goes pretty hard. How is this free? Is this purely open source? This feels like it should be a paid application. I'm gonna be real with you.
Help, there are too many themes. How do I pick just one?
Oh, do you have Obsidian now?
It's not open source.
is when it's rolled, if quota is met, increase the die's atmospheric threshold by 1. Do you think that's a tier 1 or a tier 2 or something else? I think it's utility die. That's for sure. Dice rolled, increase its sell value by 2. This is like almost a tier 0. I think that waning is almost a tier 0. It's like a tier 0 economy, I guess. Waning's kind of ass. What is Vaporwave? It's like 80s style. 80s? Question mark?
Haven't used it, so it's very vaporwavy, but yet.
Tier 1 is described as has a limited effect that may be pertinent in an early game setting. Generally additive. Not always, but generally. This is hopefully, I think that if you've there's a high likelihood you've seen this style before. Like this image specifically. This is Vaporwave. This kind of thing. Yeah. Wild Hearts is kind of Vaporwavy.
Absolutely, 100% Vaporwave.
80s retrofuturism. That's a really good way to say that.
Dino, I expect a full rundown of your vault a week from now. It's your homework.
100% Vapi.
That's fucking Outrun? What? What's Outrun? I will kill you with a rusty knife? What are you talking about? Is this something that I showed on stream, or is this something else? Let me know your opinion on Dense. And Waning if you have it. Waning is when this die is rolled, increase its sell value by 2. But if its value is less than its sell value, destroy it. I think that's a tier 0 economy die. Maybe a tier 1. It's just so easy to make useless. What is Outrun? Outrun versus Vaporwave. Let's look up together, chat. Cyberpunk versus Outrun versus Vaporwave? What? Dude, I totally thought that was... Cyberpunk is bleak and it looks the future could be. There's a lot of text. See, Blade Runner. Outrun is an 80s
I've
retro
never
futuristic
heard of
style
Outrun.
that pushes tech forward whilst being firmly rooted in the past. See Kavinsky's album aptly titled Outrun, an album which 80s synthesizers would think the future sounds like. Vaporwave is heavily nostalgic, look back at the past, including the 80s, but it's dropping with sarcasm and a heavy feeling of what it's like versus what it actually was. Lots of nostalgia with some sadness for a simpler time tinted by capitalism. Wow, that's quite the response. Cool. I've never heard of Outrun before either. I'm gonna put Dense at tier 1. Until I'm actually gonna put it at tier 2, I think. Until I get un response.
Dino, do you have
I
Spotify?
think you should get Volt's opinion since they are the one on call with you. That being said, I don't think Volt has played with Dense before. I think Volt played before Dense was out. That being said,
I did
tier 1.
play before Dense was out.
Probably tier 1, considering that there are multiple ways to get atmosphere limit and past a certain point, it doesn't really do much. I think winning could be at tier 0, considering that it has a high chance to destroy itself at the start. It's just simply not a good way to earn money, considering you would have to sell it at the end. You're correct. I like those. Gas Giant. It's a tier 0 useless. Wasn't that easy. Gaseous. I think Gaseous might be tier 2. Yes. I think I'm going to tier 2 scoring for Gaseous. Gaseous gets really, really, really powerful very quickly. Multiply the value by the number of atmospheres in its quadrant. Because it kind of does... When I made Gaseous, I did not think it would be that good. It does have a chance of destroying itself. However, it is a very, very mutable chance that you can extort quite easily. If you have 20 Gaseous in a single quadrant, which obviously is not necessarily... Let's say 10 Gaseous in a quadrant, which isn't necessarily easy. Then you do 20 times 10 times 10. So it's 2,000x whatever it rolls. So on a max roll, it's 40,000. I think that's a tier 2. I think it's a tier 2. Kind of mid-low tier 2. Stormy tier 4. I think Stormy's tier 5, actually. Fish watered Ori. Oh, I've been watered. I still don't know what the spray bottle is. Rain! Thank you. Ah, much appreciated. think Stormy is in the tier -1. -1 is basically just too powerful that it, you know, like in integers overflows. That's why it's a tier -1. It's too powerful otherwise. It's technically scoring. At the end of each round, this has a small chance to demote. I think this one is tier 0 utility. Right? That's what we did for the bountiful? No. Thriving? Yeah. Tier 1 utility. This is a tier 0 utility. Get out of here. Don't even. Clipsing. Same different one. I will kill you with my bare hands, Pyre. That's crazy. That's hilarious. Eclipsing when the status rolled, increase the rolled ascension by 2, decrease another random ascension by 1. I think I'm gonna put that as a tier 1 ascension. It's not specifically amazing, but it's valuable to some extent. And that's all the atmospheres added. And inlined. I love it here. Oh, you can do... Oh, that's how you can open the page from the page. This is amazing. God, I love it here.
Obsidian is amazing.
How do I open an... Oh, new tab like this? And can I just split screen it like that? I can. Amazing. And then I just want to open like a graph view. How do I open graph view from here? Like that. Amazing.
There's also settings for graph view that allow you to change like how it looks and like the gravity and pull of things and physics.
Groups, displays, text fade threshold, node size, link thickness. Forces, center force, repel force, higher. That'll untangle it, I think. Cool. Link distance. We can raise the link distance. Probably be helpful in the future. Yeah, it looks like that actually helped a lot to make sure that they don't eat each other. Cute. This is super cute. I love it here. All right, that's atmospheres in a nutshell, I think. Right, like, no, okay. 2 explorations, I think. I almost want to duplicate. Almost want to duplicate. I'll just copy all of this. And then go to explorations. Go like this. Formatting key.
I mean, if the formatting key is all the same, just make a parent file named formatting key and link all of the things in it.
I would, but I think that they aren't going to be the same. This would have made my life so much easier. I consistently learn new things about Premiere this long after using it. Rain, everybody's bullying us into not using Adobe anymore. Including bribes. There's life before and after Obsidian. There's life before and after Obsidian. Honestly, I think you're kind of right. We don't need that. There's no heading. Classification. Description of the exploration. No, it has not been added to the game yet. Yep.
Me having Obsidian for like a year or 2 but still in the before Obsidian phase.
Scoring economy utility and useless. Hopefully useless is not a classification in explorations, however it probably is, which is kind of funny. Can I reorganize these? Oh, it's A to Z, I see.
You can... I'm pretty sure you can order it however you want.
Okay. I presume it would just be something. Yours is, yeah, numbered. So let's do. Let's go grab our explorations currently. Oh, actually, let's grab it from Unreal Engine so that we actually make sure we're using the right one. There's actually, oh, there's 24. There's more than I thought there was. Mining, resource pool, terraform, demolition, find life, controlled cataclysm, sudden collision, orbital collision, new horizons, modular structures, controlled movement, fissure, hypergrowth, extreme tremors, artificial gravity, hypersonic maneuver, harvesting fleet, capital mission, seismic activity, liquidate, core enforcement, auric optimizations. Doesn't auric mean to include hearing? Stock split. Ooh, that needs to be changed. Stock split is bad. Solar expansion. That's a reuse of the same name. Icky icky. Mining's increased wealth by 10. Resource pool increased wealth by the added minimum index of each pod. Terraform. Promote all dice to the next available rank, maximum D20. Demolition. Demote all dice. Find life. Controlled cataclysm. Sudden collision. Orbital collision. New horizons. Double an ascension of choice. Permanently double the sell value of a quadrant. Controlled movement. Swap the contents to controlled movement is actually pretty solid. Fissure. Not the
I'll
old
go
clips.
back to
The
my,
old clips, they strike again,
Twitter.
dude. They always hit
Twitter,
it the
then
worst
I'll
time.
end
I
the
swear.
session. Session.
Ragnar, how was stream? How was it? Welcome. We're doing game development right now, so I'm learning Obsidian for the first time while working on a funny roguelike. I really need to start some clips, dude. Real as hell. Real as hell. I swear every single time that somebody plays one of my clips, I get sniped by, like, the worst possible clip from, like, 2 years ago or something like that. Okay, if you remember me from Nico's raid the other day, hello? I do, Ragnar. Hello. Not all themes are made equal. Honestly, I suggest you pick one from trying it on your vault. Let me see from the shadow. Subnautica! Ooh, how was Subnautica? With mods. Oh, modded Subnautica sounds crazy, dude. Unironically. Scoring economy. Positioning, I think, is another big one. I guess utility is a fair one. Okay, we can do that for
At
right now.
Nami and Yer I do just gotta send it on one, but there's so many I.
Real. Scoring. Economy. Positioning.
That was the maid cook day, yes?
Wait, what?
And do you wanna know what I'm gonna be doing next stream, Ori?
Well, what are you doing next stream? Tell me about it. What are you doing next stream? I cleared the planet, finally built the Beluga, which is the Atlas submarine that was scrapped from the game, sadly. Oh, interesting. Oh, hell. Oh, no. The raid was from yesterday,
I used the word tiger to know how to spell tier.
Oh, interesting. Oh, no, there was a... I see. Okay, cool. Let me add an icon to this so I can know. There we go. Let me just remove the icons from these since they're smaller ones. I think this will help kind of reduce some of the confusion. I like that, yeah. What's the plan? Tell me about it. Always change if you feel like it's not too good. Some straight up forget some parts of the UI while others are through and through. When is next stream, by the way? I will be building an entire aquarium for all 25 Reaper Leviathans. Fun fact, one of the mods I'm using uses the Death Run mod, which increases difficulty of the game too. Oh my goodness. This sounds like so much fun, and it sounds like a nightmare, and I'm very excited. Let's do,
Hopefully I can stream tomorrow.
Ooh, it's gonna be exciting. I've never played Subnautica.
If not, then hopefully Friday.
So I'm very excited to see how this goes for you. I'm gonna be real with you. I have not played myself before, so I'm intrigued. I'm excited. I believe in you. Increase wealth by 10. Not that. That will go in economy. This is also... Oh, ranking is another one of them. Ranking is another one I need to consider. We should put all of it in economy, honestly, because probably, frankly, a lot of it's economy, and economy is also the first one. Okay, cool. That worked. Promote a die, devote a die is going to be in ranking. Thank you so much for sub. Oh my goodness.
Frost One Us gifted a tier 1 subscription to Ashton Pier.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. I hope it goes well too. What motivated me to do it was a YouTuber that had done this too and it was fun to watch. No, that's actually so real, dude. I would be so interested in seeing how that goes. I hope I get some updates about it. That sounds like it's going to be an absolute nightmare, but I am very excited to see it. Thank you so much, Frost, for the gifted sub. Ashton, you are now on the sub board. There you are on the sub board. Thank you so much, Frost. Do you want to break from the ads? Do you want to break from the ads? No ads for Ash. Ha 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 ha. Oh, that's a lot of hydrates. You want to know one of the things that a Death Run mod does too? Give. So much hydration. Thank you so much, Frost. I appreciate the hell out of you, dude. Next person to make this round is free. I think that's arguably utility. Maybe I'm crazy for thinking that. I think I would argue find life is utility. One of the things it does, increasing the height and aggression of every creature in the game. So let's just say that you can hear a Reaper Leviathan, it knows where you are, and it's going to come for you. That's bonkers, dude. I love difficulty mods, honestly. I love challenge runs. Challenge runs make me so happy. Destroy a die receiving 4x the sell value. I guess that's economy, technically. Good nerf. Thank you, Frost.
At Ashton PYRNP.
Huge. Frost clutching it up. Sudden collision. Combine 2 quadrants regardless of what die they contain. Save the rank the rightmost die. I think that orbital collision and sudden collision are both utility question mark. They're kind of positioning. They're kind of a lot of things, but I think I'll put them in utility. Double and ascension of choice. Ooh, that's another one. Explorations. There's a lot of different types of these, aren't there? Heck. New Horizons, Ascension. Frost! Makes more sense actually because it's revealed the Reaper's roars are echolocation. Oh, speaking here, it sees you. That's actually kind of crazy. I love the idea of that. Thank you, Shirts, Thank you for the spritz. Do you know the crafting answer, Ori? That crafting answer? What? Crafting answer to what? Wait, what? Huh? Any quick helps? Crafting answer for which? What? What which? Sherb's asked an AG1 question. Not in DMs, I presume. I don't have a DM, so I presume something else. I'm gonna go have a lurk. Have a good stream. Thank you so much,
I'm
Ragnar.
getting the story
Take care of yourself.
by the
I appreciate the
expert
lurk.
reviewer Forager. Wish me luck, guys. I'm gonna die.
Enjoy dying. Currently double the sell value of a quadrant. This effect ends once the quadrant is sold or the sell value is modified. Probably economy. I guess that's technically economy. There's not really another purpose for it that I can think of. Swap the contents of 2 contract. That is positioning. That is definitely positioning. Choose a quadrant, destroy the leftmost quadrant. I think this is technically utility. I think we might actually just rip utility out and just call this positioning. Yeah, I think that actually kind of makes sense. And then final life can be economy. Where's final life again?
I have a little over 1/3 of Zero's XP.
Zero's pool? Yeah. Find life and then control cataclysm. Yes, indeed. That is how this goes. Utility disappears. Whee! Go away. What now? Okay. Hypergrowth, promote all dice to the next available rank, or demote all dice to the next available rank. Those are ranking for sure. Yeah. You mean tax? What's that? Here's your one question for item crafting. If you use lateral and lower for negative RP, is inordinate negative 40 because boots and gloves, or negative 30 because chest plate? I think it clarifies. It clarifies which one you're allowed to use. There's a clause somewhere in it. Let me see if I can find it. Lateral attachment. So it says, this is for Utopia. This item requires the use of a head slot, blah blah blah. It may use head armor features requiring an additional 5 RP per unique feature added. Non-stackable features cannot be used multiple times, regardless of what armor type they originate from. Oh! Okay, so you just use whatever is most beneficial to you. I lied. So it would be negative 40 in this case. However, of course, you do pay the +5 tax. Yeah. So, yeah, +5 RP per unique feature, indeed. So if you get a feature from, let's say, if this is lateral attachment. So if you get a feature from head armor, it costs 5 RP more. So if it was negative 40, instead it's negative 35. Oh, I'm sorry, that would be if it was upper attachment. So if you get an upside or a downside from something other than chest, it costs 5 additional RP. Also, is tricky an X feature like capacity or stackable like defensive? It's stackable like defensive. You have to pay for each stack of tricky. Or each one takes up a stack. Atmosphere threshold I'm going to call it atmospheric as one of the options because atmosphere threshold is also kind of one of them. So ranking, atmosphere thresholds, yada yada, I think are all going to fit into this. Choose a quadrant, permanently double its cell value, promote its die rank, and increase its atmosphere threshold by 2, destroy all other dice. I think this is atmospheric. It's just kind of dog shit, to be honest with you. There's very, very few uses for this. Increase all ascensions by 1, of course, is ascensions. In fact, I think that actually... No, that's destroy die. Oh, double the cell value of a quadrant. I think I'm actually going to put that on atmospheric because it is technically an atmospheric effect. Arguably. It was modular structures. So modular structures goes in after demolition. Oops. Didn't realize that was happening. Well, now. Yeah, demo, indeed. I don't know if there is one for scoring. I don't know if there is explorations for scoring, honestly, currently. Increase wealth by a total number of atmospheres in all quadrants. That is, unsurprisingly, economy. Move a random atmosphere from a chosen quadrant. I think that's atmospheric. Move all but one random atmosphere from a chosen quadrant. Wealth is increased by that quadrant's cell value. And its cell value is reset. That's technically atmospheric, but it's kind of also economy, I think. Alright, any possible without an unreasonable number of components. Or you don't walnut, okay. I think the clause of adding stackable features to items using enhancement requires components equal to the stacks added to be removed. It just kind of sucks. I already did. I did already change it, in fact. Because I realized that at some point. I think I changed it like a week ago. Because it's just it's unreasonable. It's completely unreasonable. Yes, it now says for each unique feature. Well, actually, it just says you must add whatever it says. So, if you enhance it twice, then you would have to pay twice. Yeah, it's just bad. You fix it. Good. What? Huh? Because they already state X for any number of stacks, so. Core enforcement. Atmosphere threshold shows quadrant by the number of atmospheres it currently has. Increase the atmosphere threshold of a chosen quadrant by the number of atmospheres it has. Old, bad, very bad. Oh, like new, good. New, good, good. Now, good. Old, bad, very bad. Thumbs up, understood. Thank you for saying that in Ori don't terms for me. Increase the atmosphere threshold which is required by the number of atmospheres it currently has. Core enforcement is atmospheric. Indeedly do. Economy. Threshold of all quadrants by 1. Yep. That is also atmospheric. I see that most of them are now. Ascension of 2 ascensions. Blap. And finally, set dice chosen ranks D20, also atmospheric. We have a lot of atmospheric ones and not much of many others. We have nothing in scoring, so I guess this gets deleted now. Yo! Thank you so much, Namian, for the sub. I really appreciate the hell out of you.
Subscribed.
Really appreciate that, man. Thank you, thank you. Appreciate that. You're going on the subboard. I don't know if you've seen the subboard yet, but you're getting your face on my wall. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, dude. Namian W, let's go! Okay, that's explorations organized. Amazing, amazing. Once we do this is going to be a lot of reformatting, it seems like, but soon enough, we'll be able to go in to start adding meta progression, which I'm very excited about. There you are, bud. Right there. That's you. I have these stick to my wall, and I have like a poster board. I have a poster board of people's faces stuck to my wall. It's very fun. Okay, that's explorations added and setup. Minerals and faces, I think we can add. I don't think we need to. I think, honestly, it's probably going to be better to just get into meta progression at this point, realistically.
Faces.
Faces. Just because we've gotten this far already, I think probably a good idea, too. So what was it that we were talking about earlier? Let's open up Photoshop, where we put all this, which was the correct place to put it, obviously. So we have solar systems.
Hey.
Teehee. For the rank starting at 0, environmental parameters are randomized based on difficulty, i.e. having score, half economy. And then galaxies. I'm going to do what I normally do and do one of these. Unorganized. So this is just rough thoughts, essentially. This is usually when I use any form of ideal organization systems, I usually have an unorganized category that just tells me it's not really these are just kind of like rough scratch notes, for lack of a better term. Text RP. Ooh. Russell Twitch for a second to get that to work, but I managed. I appreciate you so much, Namian. I've heard a lot of people have been struggling with gifted subs for some reason. I think that Twitch just doesn't want to make money. I don't think Amazon's interested in making money, personally. They obviously don't make any now, so you can tell based on their actions. Higher ranks require higher scores to unlock. We can go back to talking a little bit about meta progression and things like that here after mental health break. Because we've been doing this for a little while now. It's past 2:30 at this point. Or 2:30. 7:30 my time. Probably 10:30 for a lot of you. Thank you guys. Thank you guys. Chat, this mental health break. Oh my god, wrong script. Chat, this is mental health break. Make sure to go grab a drink of water, go grow a snack, go brush your teeth, go do your homework, whatever you have to do to be healthy. We're gonna be in the just chatting screen for about 10 to 15 minutes. I'm gonna put some words on screen for you guys to play. If you haven't played before, you can use chat to play the funny words game. It's kind of like Scrabble, but for Twitch. I'll be gone for about 10 minutes, and then once I'm back, we'll get back into doing a little bit of Unreal Engine, organizing, Obsidian, playing around, talking about meta progression again. And you guys will have Volt's succulent voice in your head for the next 10 minutes. Love you guys. I'll be back. I should reach level 103 during MHB. Amazing.
This is good. I need water.
This is Volt's sultry voice. Broadcast you live from Colorado.
I feel like Volt is very good with this.
Very sultry
Limit.
voice. Yeah, you typed that
Jin.
word, Ashton. Yeah, Rain. Type Lint. No, fuck you, Ashton.
Hello Voltaic.
Hello, Zero. How are you? This really should have the ability for chat to restart it, because now we have nothing to do.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever coming on. Boy, you know you're all I want. Keep saying that I hate it, but it's kind of fun. Watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and
Yeah, you do suck at words, Rain.
play it safe? Let's spend the weekend here.
Oh, did you, Ashton? I'm not convinced. Frankie, welcome in. Yeah, Volt is currently entertaining everyone with my sultry voice, because Ori decided that was how he was going to leave for mental health break.
Does there exist the opposite of soft speak?
No, I don't believe there's an opposite of soft speak, Ashton. Do you not like my sultry voice? What's wrong with it? Isn't it cozy? What are you trying to do, Dino? I might be able to help you with the CSS. Get fucked, Rain.
You got me shaking, yeah, I feel the fever come.
I just want a theme with pretty colors, dark mode,
Already said
an UI
wing.
that
Get
doesn't
fucked.
have many square edges,
Why
and
did
also
oh? Because I
not black
capitalized
colors
it.
either
Oops.
because those hurt
Fuck.
my eyes.
Watching me come undone. No more
I deleted your box, Forager. No box for you.
say its name. Instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe. Let's spend the weekend here in this bed. We can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Use this trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow.
Wonk. No.
I tried to shake it, find a way to get you off my mind. Really tried to draw that line. One look from you, I'm praying I could call you mine. Baby, you got my hands tied. No more games. Can't we just say its name instead of running away and jumping the gun to play it safe? Oh, let's spend the weekend here in this bed. We can sleep in and let the feelings overflow. Use this trying to fight this. Let's just give in and let the feelings overflow.
Oh man, I totally forgot I was streaming. That's crazy.
Yeah, about time.
Oh wow, congratulations on losing 1,000 XP, Forager. However, I'd advise not to do that next time, personally.
Let's spend the
Ori, people don't like my sultry voice.
Oh, why not?
They like my normal voice. Ashton very much does not like my sultry voice.
That sounds like it's their fault and not yours. You should be mad at them for that, I think.
Ashton, how could you insult my sultry voice?
Never mind, go back.
Really?
No, that was a joke.
Rude.
Rude.
I feel like I'd be like very good for like voice acting, like or like audiobooks.
Yeah. No, I could see that, definitely. No, fuck you. Why are you customization menus not in English? Fuck, 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 fuck. This theme's so good. Please not like this. That's so fucking real. Translate it. Just learn the language. Easy peasy. Problem solved. I don't even know what the problem was.
Yeah. Oh.
All right, chat. Meta progression. You know.
Also, Volt is leaving.
Oh.
Volt might be back later. Volt's going to mute. Volt will not be here for a bit.
All right. Delete this folder. Delete. Delete.
Feel the fever coming on.
Okay.
Boy, you know you're all
Farewell, Voltaic.
keep saying that I hate it, but it's
Is there a way to auto smooth these lines by chance?
watching me come undone. No more games. Can't we just
Oh, I see. They're built into paths. Okay, I should probably be considerate of that.
running away and jumping the gun to play it safe?
Probably Weber.
Let's spend the weekend here in this bed. We can
Ori, witness me as I level into 103.
overflow.
Witness me as I level into 103. Amazing. Oh my goodness. Congratulations on level 103. Holy shit. Goodness me. Who knew it was even possible?
I tried to shake it, find a way to
What?
get you off my mind.
Ask who out?
Really tried to draw that line.
I ended up joining the Discord server of the person who wanted me to call them a good girl. You should ask them out. That's the first time I think I've ever seen Zero say I ... What? That was amazing. That was absolutely phenomenal, chat. That was crazy. That was the thing of a lifetime. Let's get rid of this Photoshop. We don't need this anymore. That's the spirit. Okay. I guess I'll pull out the drawing tablet again. Sag. So, we have this idea of these little galaxies, right? And they point to other things. Blah, 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 blah. To other, sorry, not galaxies, solar systems. And these solar systems point to other solar systems, potentially, yada yada. And there are barriers that basically dictate, that are basically barred off by high scores, right? So, high score barriers. It's actually really cool. This color draw is really neat. However, my drawing pad is kind of messed up now that I have the thingy. I need to see if I can change the settings for it, but another day. So is this how we want to handle meta progression? I think there's a conversation to be had about making the high score a resource, and you need so much certain resource past the barriers. That's what I was thinking. Yeah, no, this kind of the idea is that, like, when you beat this level, right, we'll call them levels, right? So when you beat this level or complete the solar system or complete the prerequisite for the solar system, then you can go to these other branching solar systems, kind of like Inscription or Slay the Spire was my previous examples. But there's a barrier here. You have to beat it with a minimum high score, right? So you can't travel outside of this region until, we'll call it a ring. You can't travel outside of this ring until you've reached a certain high score. And then outside of that, there's these other solar systems that you can go to. That you need a certain high score to beat. Would everything branch into threes, chat? Wouldn't that be crazy? Wouldn't that be the most unheard of thing I've ever done? Okay, do that, and then... Wrong way. Like that? Oh, cool, and the arrow stays pointing at it. Amazing. And then, like... Can I change the color of this? Yeah, there we go. But, like... three here, and then maybe just like one here. Arrows point out. Do like okay. I think that this does a good job of kind of describing what we're doing.
Sci-fi stuff.
Sci-fi stuff. So travel communication over long distances. Oh, what? Station was so far out of stretch my imagination that I could fathom. You or anyone would say, more so when considering my fairly public stance on not really enjoying things of such nature. Nostalgia bait music, and it's working. Found a cool one. What? Oh, you found a cool one? Let's go. Let me grab some text real quick. Be starting. solar system. Starting point, we'll call it. So we have this starting point, and we have these ring. High score barrier.
Can I line break in Twitch? Yes, I can.
I don't think so. No. Twitch does not allow line break. Barrier rings. We'll call them barrier rings for right now. So we have these barrier rings. We have the starting point. And as we go out, once we complete this, right, we unlock another one that we can access. We unlock the branching paths leading out. We have to beat a certain high score before we can access these ones, so on and so on. And then we have the Great Beyonds. Or let's just say the Beyonds. Outer Beyonds, we'll call it. Randomly generated beyond ring 2 or 3. 2 to 3. So that's basically what we're working with here. Continuing forever onward. Yeah.
Ori.
What? Why am I getting yelled at? Avoid people abusing it, like text balls and that spam stuff. That makes sense.
I feel old.
Oh, by the music? I don't even know what this is from. I obviously recognize it. Like, it's very obvious that I've heard it before. I just don't know what it's from. Lamau. So you start here. And basically, when you complete the objective, you unlock the paths that attach to it, which means that you can go to these other solar systems now. When you complete that one, you can go to this one, so on and so on. After a certain point, it is purely randomly generated, and the actual parameters become randomly generated, becomes more difficult as you go out in rings. It's non-copyright music from early YouTube. Oh, interesting. I love this. Meta progression. Okay. It's chipping away at my sanity. Amazing. I love it here. Okay. Let's oh, thank you. In a center leading outwards fashion, coming in the form of solar systems and galaxies. The game will begin at the centermost point of a partially predetermined galaxy. Allowing the player a chance to test, consider, and learn before going out into the randomly generated world of dynamic difficulty. Dynamic difficulty. Let's actually say solar systems. Dynamic difficulty. As the game progresses, it will get harder Players may choose to move laterally or vertically. Upon completion of certain objectives, vertically. Vertical progression will increase both the difficulty and rewards, but require a certain high score threshold to complete.
Ain't redeem a good thing?
Hey! Why, Box? Why? Yar har har. Why is Rain a pirate? What do you mean? Why? How is Rain a pirate? Explain. God damn it, this song has taken psyche damage. This playlist is so funny. I love it here. Oh no. A solar system acts as a level, which the dice rolling game loop will begin. Each one will have an objective and a number of environmental variables. Environmental effects. Beyond the initial predetermined rings from the beginning of the game, these will be randomly generated, designed to be more difficult the further from the center they are. Get obliterated. It's that sound. Certified 2011 banger. I remember Roblox Tycoons with this shit. That's so funny, dude. Wait, that's actually so fucking real, too. It's true. It really is true. The first solar system will be a tutorial based option in the very center of its galaxy, known as the 0th ring. It will be the first ring, then the second ring, and so on. Song definitely brings back memories, indeed. Should I do a call for bingo votes? That's probably not a bad idea. Memories indeed, chat. Memories indeed. Known as the center. Upon completing a solar system's objective, all attached solar systems will become unlocked and available to attempt. Not the center. Not the center. We'll call it the Galactic Center. For lack of confusion. Galaxies. Galaxies act as a prestige system. So, galaxies are basically going to be this entire thing is one galaxy, right? This is one singular galaxy. And you can change to another galaxy if you want to modify something in some capacity. We'll have a new Galactic.
Emerald got a tier 1 sub.
Oh my goodness! Emmy, that's crazy! No shot. Do you want to use it now, Emmy? That's so rare, dude. Do not see those often. That is for sure. Do you want that right now? Enter. New randomly generated stars. Sorry, solar systems. No. And a restarted progression. Yes? Awesome. Well done, Emmy. Well done indeed. Huge.
It's supposed to have a lip
This
in here,
works.
but it's not
At
lipping.
Netsino
Oregon
115
gifted a tier
dice.
1 subscription to Emerald Jewels.
Will it be available for seeds? I have to reprint these every once in a while because my setup is so jank. There you are, Emmy. There you are. You're going on the sub board. Much appreciated. Nice. What's up, Nas? Nice. Bloop. There you are. Much appreciated, Emmy. Thank you. Seeds. Allowing different players to attempt the same galaxy. And progression formatting in tandem. What if we call Natsuno Nats and Mr. Suno? What would that not be a double S? I mean, hypothetically, Yeah, actually it would be, right? Found my theme. My shit looks like a computer from 2002. Wait, I kind of love that. Rings. Beyond the Galactic Center. The difficulty of each solar system is depicted by what ring it's located in. They're organized numerically. The first ring. The greater the ring, the more rewards that are received. Gunatsuno. Nats S Suno. Oh my god. Nats Sparky Suno. I love this so much. The greater the ring, the more rewards that are received. And the higher the high score, the higher requirements to breach. Even if a pathway is unlocked, there is a minimum round score oh shit, don't do that. Round score required in order to progress outside of the ring. For instance, one may not be able to travel outside of the first ring for reaching round 10. On any solar system. Do you know what Gnat is? Nope. 10. From within the first ring. Full legal. Your nickname being Nats and Mr. Suno made me think, what if the middle initial was S? I love it so much. Because if your nickname is Nats, assumingly your first name is Nats and your last name is Suno because I call you Mr. Suno, but that means that your name is Nats Suno, which is a double S. So Ashen broke it up and then made your middle initial also S, so you have a triple S now. Then already said Sparky middle name. Nats Sparky Suno. And now we can full legal name you, and it's funny. Let's do galactic progression concept. Yeah, put that right there. So that's attached. Cute. Love this. Let's actually put these into meta currencies. Oh, in that case, yeah. Meta currencies. God damn it. Not the elevator music. It's like how one of my bosses would full legal as a bit a few years ago. Name redacted. Real. Music tripped me up, bro. It's just, Chad, I want you to know, this is just a royalty-free bangers playlist on Spotify. I just play this every once in a while because I'm like, I just need something royalty-free. Chat bullied me into getting Spotify sometime recently, so I was like, ah, fuck it. This is really funny. I'm gonna put hashtag XXXXX because that generally means that something is uncompleted for me. Oh hey, GG on the follow, Galaxy. Let's go. Huge. Just means that I need to include something else. Dice sets. Dice sets act as decks, allowing for certain atmospheres, explorations, minerals. Oh, I should hyperlink these, shouldn't I? Explorations. What is it? Dice out real quick. There we go. Minerals and bases to be made available, unavailable, and more or less rare, dependent on what dice set is selected. Doing a potentially funny thing that might come across as funny. 10 hours of elevator music. Don't even tempt me, chat. I would too. Be one of those fucking hour-long YouTube videos with that. It would be so funny, dude. Song with elevator things scattered throughout. So fucking hilarious. Each dice set will generally have a theme attached to it, coordinated with its mechanical advantage. Which is a higher quantity of economy dice or a focus towards scoring. Probably have a page for dice sets, I'd assume. No! Thank you so much. What just happened? Oh, yo! What? Thank you so much for the follow. I really appreciate it. That was so sweet of you. That was amazing. Thank you so much for the follow, and thank you for hitting the follow goal. Let's go. 3,900 here now. That's crazy follower goal, dude. Oh my goodness. It's been a hot minute since we hit one of those. Thank you so much, dude. Huge, huge, huge. Much appreciated. Oh my goodness. It's a Christmas miracle, chat. Let's do dice sets. New symbol. What's a good symbol for meta progression? Oh, goodness. Thank you so much for the follow. Thank you for joining us. Please make yourself at home. Let me know if you have any questions or anything like that. Appreciated. Let's do badge sent, question mark. Adam. Adam is funny.
This is
Meta
just
progression.
from Mario.
This is just from Mario. That is true. How is this not copyrighted? I don't know if I believe that this is not... Wait, it's called cast list? What? Yeah, no, it's just Super Mario World. Yeah, okay. I feel like I want to hit, like, the elevator music. This is cute.
Dino Dance Oridon Parrot Dino Dance Oridon
Thank you so
Parrot
much.
Dino Dance Oridon Parrot Dino
Oh, it
Dance.
changed to recommended. Oh, I see. Whoopsies. God, these are so... Oh my goodness. I'm okay with this. We can do this. Dice sets. Okay, we have dice sets now. 10-hour LA music. Real. I wish that I could... Okay, I have an Obsidian question. For the people who use Obsidian, I have a question. Is there some way that I can position this, like, in a hierarchy? Like, can I put dice sets under meta progression without making it a folder, or does it need to be a folder each time? Could you put on 10 hours of air-conditioned noises instead? Yeah, sure. You can use the dice sets note as a hub? Oh, how does that work?
No. Elevator music.
Like, use it as the place where every set links to? Would that change it in here, though? I presume it wouldn't. I presume that it would not. Another one? Another shout-out? They're so rare, too. Use it to link every dice set like you did with the atmospheres? Oh, yes. Yes, but these are in a folder, though, is why they're like this. I mean, I could just put it in another folder. It's not really the worst thing, truthfully, but I was just curious. Oops. Can I not F2 this? Oh, damn.
Pop Nemo.
Links don't change files? Okay. That's kind of what I was curious of. Okay, my shit looks like a computer from 2002 in pretty bitch pink and purple. I'll figure out how to actually use it later. The most important part has been completed. Pretty bitch pink. This one can actually be the dice. That a progression should have already linked this, though. Yeah, okay, cool. Okay. Oh, delete this. Wrong. It was the wrong one. There we go. That should be the correct one. Okay, good. What do you mean? So confused. Okay, I guess we'll just delete these. Ooh, it is kind of freaking out, I think. Okay. I think I have a phantom page of some variety.
Yeah.
It does not like that. Can I just delete this whole folder? Ooh, it's not happy. There's a cat. Oh, there's a cat ear direct report. Dude, how many cat ears have we gotten? Oh my goodness. Do I need to close and open this? Also, does this autosave out of curiosity? Loading plugins. Okay, yeah, it did finally explode.
It does. I'm gonna try Sunless Sea.
Try some, let's see, let's go.
What?
Jeez, Scow. This is dice sets. Dice sets back in here. There we go. Dice sets, we'll add the icon back. There we go. Various dice sets that can be unlocked via meta progression.
I'm back with pudding, which
Welcome
I
back with
totally
pudding.
didn't steal from my brother.
Of course not. Why would you? That'd be terrible. It's a folder. I'm gonna make it a folder icon so that I know it's folder. Folder. Cute. I love it here. This should also be an icon. Like the icon. Ice emoji. There we go. That's a big one. Actually, hold on. Orange square. There we go. Now we know that this is the big boy one. This is the big of the biggie boys. Okay. Now that we have actual dice sets that we can use, which is cute. Was eaten. Oh no, goodbye for 1 second. Unfortunate galaxy. Okay, there we go. Now we can actually talk about the dice sets. So let's, for instance, throw out. We go to. Ooh, this is going to be a weird one where we're going to need like a list functionality. Probably. Yeah, this is actually probably a different basic dice. We'll call them stone dice. Stone dice. The most basic form. Essentially. Most basic. The dice sets. Essentially. The tutorial dice. To be unlocked. And we'll figure out what dice it comes with. But I do have another one. I wanted to do bone dice. Bone dice is another one that I really wanted to. Bone dice are get their name from being bare bones, while also made entirely from bone matter. This has the fewest number of cards in the entire deck.
Can call stone dice pebbles and bone dice knuckle bones.
Knuckle bones, that's actually funny. Pebbles and knuckle bones.
Mm-hmm.
In a nutshell, you make a system as easy as you can for you to organize things. You're supposed to be able to do the bare minimum to find what you want. That makes sense. Yeah, no, I agree with that. It might take me a little bit of learning what's possible to understand what might be the easiest and what have you. But I believe in. I think this is going to be very possible. What I think I might look for in plugins is maybe some different ways to organize the files. Because right now, it's only like A to Z, right? Or Z to A or whatever. Or by modified by whatever. Whereas a manual modification would be a lot easier for me personally. Though with no specific specialty or powerful boons. What it lacks in power It gains in repeat inconsistency.
I put numbers to override that.
Yeah, I was thinking about that. I do use numbers a lot, but I'm kind of wondering if there's just a plugin for it. I'm kind of curious. Plugin.
What plugin are we looking for?
Something that makes it so I can move my files manually rather than forcing them to be A to Z.
Oh. I swear there was like a custom order.
If there is, I don't know.
I got you. I'll find out.
Okay. Custom file explorer sorting. Manual automatic config driven reordering and sorting of files in the file for the file explorer. Yard.
There's file order. I don't know if that's...
File order? Is that a plugin?
Yeah, but it allows you to do it within subfolders. I don't know if it'll allow you to do it outside of...
Oh, it's kind of a process. It's really not the worst thing. After installation, you can right-click on any folder item, click on reorder items to open. Yeah, sure, we'll do it. Reorder. Oh, it's only in a subfolder.
Interesting. Oh, Flex Explorer.
Flex Explorer.
Yeah, Flex Explorer.
Oops. Flex Explorer. Oh, nice.
This seems a lot closer to what you're wanting.
Yes, precisely. How do I check what plugins I have installed and so I can uninstall them?
Right there, you were on that list a second ago, but I'm also looking at the stream delay. So
Oh, I see. File order. Yeah, we can delete that one.
And you can, there you go.
Thank you.
You can also see the options for them there too. Disable them.
Nice. Economy.
Is it?
Conditioning. Atmospheric.
Admonition is another one you might like.
What is it?
Admonition.
Just a second.
You're good.
Here's 20 goes down here. Mineral spaces. Boom. Okay, neat as hell. Much happy. Much happy.
I also have another thing I want to show you, and it's my personal file organization system, which is prefixing everything with a bracket and then a number based on like priority.
Oh.
I'll screenshot so I can show you. Maybe.
Okay. I don't know what the meta currency would actually be for this. Whoops. Yeah, what the actual meta currency would be per se, but I will have a little spot here for meta currencies just for the sake of it. We have a little spot for dice sets. I will also add a little XXX. Stardust, since solar systems are galaxies. Ooh, Stardust is actually kind of cool. Have a good one, Forger. Thank you. I like that. I think I want to consider like what the natural costs for things are, because like for instance, generally speaking, the way that this game is ran. Let me pull up the actual gameplay loop of it. These dice, or at least the effects that are attached to these dice, are called atmospheres. We got an unstable right off the bat. Dice sets will change what texture is used for them and what their geometry looks like. Ascensions are affected by minerals, so minerals affect what your multipliers are for each die. Explorations are a single-time effect, and atmospheres are basically the 4 planetary bodies that you control in each solar system. This goal right here is energy, and the economy right here, or wealth that you have, is a physical wealth product. I guess, you know, honestly, I guess if it was Stardust, the question would be why Stardust? Like, what makes Stardust valuable enough to be considered the quote-unquote meta currency that allows you to do more things with it? Although, honestly, I don't think we really need to be that pedantic. I realize I think I'm being more pedantic than I need to. Let's call it Stardust.
Well, if we're going with that route of planning, we'd need a narrative for why we're doing what we're doing.
Yes, that is, I think, true. Ooh, file organization system. Ah. Interesting. Are those brackets actually part of the file names, Volt? Or are they...
Yeah. Yes, they are.
Understood.
Also, I also sent you another thing you can copy and paste in there. I want to show you this built-in system that Obsidian has that is really cool. And then I'm leaving. Oh, remove there's extra backticks, yeah, and the number. And then add a line break after Stardust. And I think that's correct.
Hold on, let me confirm.
I might have forgotten how to do it off the top of my head. Hold on.
What's that? Oh my goodness, Gal. Holy hell, dude. How, dude, this is so atrociously unlikely. This is statistically anomalous. So like, why farm planets and shit? I have my organized creator to data science side of Obsidian, so I use a lot of different file metadata, the Obsidian based plugins. That makes sense. Oh, I see. So it's, Stardust.
And then type some crap in it, and then enter, and then like move out of it, and it should.
Oh, I see. Oh, that's crazy, actually. Bro. My goodness. I don't even know how I'm gonna...
Also,
I don't even know how I'm gonna use this.
There's tip, frequently asked question, and they're different icons. I guess you can also make your own.
That's insane, dude.
Note, success, question, warning, failure, danger, bug, quote, example. It's really neat. Also, that's the rest of the documentation for Obsidian.
Yeah. Hold on.
There's Namian, there's the admonition plugin, which is the one I use because I think it's a little bit easier to use than the built-in callouts function, but you know.
Understood. Foldable callouts. Okay. And you can nest them. Oh my goodness, this is so fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah, admonition is actually
me
the precursor
SEE.
to callout. Callouts was the official Obsidian implementation of admonition, which is really neat.
That's insane. Oh, can it be any title?
Yeah.
So I could do title. That's title.
Oh, well, you need to
Yep.
change the type of it has to be one you set. Oh, there you go. That does work though.
Nice. My goodness, this thing is crazy. Okay. So we have the stone dice, the dice sets. We have the funny little meta progression drawing. Lamau.
Okay, bye, chat.
Bye.
Love you all. It was fun.
Put concept drawings down here. Just let them be linked in other places.
By Volt.
Yeah, there we go. It was fun while it lasted, chat. This is really nice, dude. I fuck with this so hard. This is so cute. Goodness, dude, this thing is insane. I think we just have to add the minerals and the faces back and then just kind of decide. I think at that point, it's just decision making, dude. It's just time to make decisions. How it's going to work, and maybe even come back and maybe add to some of the design aspects. Such as, for instance, one of the things that I talked about earlier that I don't know how far we really got into. But one of the things I was conversated about was that this is going to have a first person's perspective. Like, you were going to have like visible hands. Like, you're going to have like a first person, like hands and things like that. You're going to be in a room that you can walk around in, but most of the actual happenings happens like on a computer monitor or things like that. So you use the dice on an in-world computer monitor. This would all be attached to a real monitor. There would be like consoles that you can utilize. There'd be a different screen somewhere on the wall. You could see space outside, if that makes sense. But I don't know when exactly we're going to get into that necessarily. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to try to have like some kind of progression or things like that. I think it would be neat. I think it's doable. Originally, at one point, I was like, that's going to be a lot, but I think that this is a manageable amount. I really want to avoid too much scope creep on this, and I know it's going to be pretty easy. But I think that this is all a very fungible amount of stuff. It's very tangible, I guess, which I think is going to be really nice. I don't know. I'm personally a fan of it. So I'm curious, what would happen if I control P? I want to see what export to PDF. I want to see what it looks like when we're done with this. Wow, that was really fast. I mean, it's small. It's very small, so that makes sense, but... Let's see what this PDF looks like. Just out of curiosity. It has a learning curve to it, though. Never used it, honestly. Used, what, PDF functionality or something else? Hey, Wondershare, you want to chill out for a second? Really? Struggling that hard, huh? PDF, yeah, understood. Okay. Oh, the learning curve was for the game. Understood. Yeah. No. I've made 3D games before. I haven't made a ton of them, though. And I have not made them to a point of completion either, so this is going to be a big part of it. One of the things that I would consider doing was making the tutorial for Daisong, because I felt like it would probably be kind of helpful to have, frankly. But I didn't know what order things were going to happen in, so it kind of felt weird to consider making a tutorial when I didn't know what order the game was actually going to elapse in, if that makes sense. Okay, for some reason it worked this time. Sure. Oh, it's only the first one. No wonder it was so fast. Okay, let's Control P, export to PDF. Is there a way to export all of it? Or do you have to do it manually for each one? Is it a plugin? I have no clue. Interesting. To the plugins. Bulk exporter. Just we'll come back to it another day. I'm fine with it being a vault for right now. I'm very tantalized by Obsidian as a whole. Precise 2, because hyperlinks, yeah. There might be a plugin for that. That's kind of what I was thinking. I think it might be possible that we can go ahead and add in some of the minerals now and just kind of go back and do some of a little bit of the grind work that needs to be done, because we still have to add all of the explorations and all of the faces, but I think these are the easiest one. Yeah, because there's really not that many of them. There will not be a classification for minerals. On an each list description. Yep, that's pretty much it. I love it here. I don't think minerals will have a tier -1. I don't think there's ever a reason to have a negative tier on a mineral. It just doesn't make sense to. I think just tier 1 through tier potentially 4, but I don't know. I don't foresee very many tier 4s, I'm gonna be honest. I think same with exploration. I don't see a negative. I don't think there's a point behind a tier 0 or a tier 1 for these. Oh, I never tiered them. We need to tier those. I forgot about that. That's the next thing to do, I guess. Whoops. Also need to make a folder for this. Minerals. Do what I normally do and put a little funny icon on it. Folder icon. Perfect. Minerals. Change the icon of this because this is, yeah, there we go. Because this is the main page. And then we can add the... I actually don't even know if we need to break it up like that. Like, I think we can just do... Yeah. Like, just straight into numbering. TBH. When minerals are drafted, only one random available mineral will be selected. 3 rankings, 3 of that mineral. Each 1 through 20. Instead. So we have silver, gold, diamond, uranium, corundum, silica, plutonium, aluminum, sulfur, titanium, nitrogen, argon. Then we can go back and rank some of these. Any instance of XXXX be replaced by the ascension value. Because they all have the XXX, I think I'll probably replace this too. Probably change it to a grave X. Something like that. Yeah. But I will just paste these in for right now the way that they are, so that I can just go back and add all of them in. Since you're blocking off most of the content behind progression anyways, you can make the first solar system tutorial, sort of. That's what I was thinking. That was kind of my idea, was X. I'm gonna need X and Y's. I was under the kind of the impression that the idea in my head. Oh, corundum is. Ah, fuck. That's spelled wrong. I think it's gonna remain spelled wrong in the actual row name, because that's kind of like its item ID, and I can't really change that because it'll break the programming. If I find it again, I'll fix it when I'm actually in the programming. But, whoops. Excuse me, sorry. I was kind of thinking that outside of a certain region, so like if you imagine the entire galaxy, right? The outer rings are going to be randomly generated. The inner rings will be predetermined parameters as like a tutorial. So your initial solar system is like a positive environmental effect. Like it's almost a bonus to make the game easier. Everything beyond that will be unsurprisingly more difficult. But like you said, it's basically the tutorial. Okay, there should be all the mineral cards right there. So I should not be able to take that. Nitrogen is really funny. Then the ones that have a Y on them. Yep. Argon just increases 2 of them. Cute. I think it's about time that we could probably go back. I mean, we could add the faces real quick, but I don't think it's necessarily all that needed. For right now, I'm interested in going back to explorations, I think. Yeah. Let's go in and actually rate some of these, exploration with actual power level. Okay, so mining increased wealth by 10. That's a tier 1. That's a very, very basic ability, especially in the world of economy. Increased wealth by added maximum index of each pod. I think that's still a tier 1, frankly. It's really not that crazy. Next purchase you make this round is free. Tier 1. It's not that crazy. Tier 1 controlled cataclysm. Total number of atmospheres in all quadrants. I think economy just usually isn't that good. I could see adding more powerful economy in the future, but it's not that crazy. Sudden collision. Combine 2 quadrants, regardless of what die they contain. Save the rank the rightmost die. Sudden collision and orbital collision are both very powerful, in my opinion. They're usually, like, a really important way to be able to, smash things together because they don't care about ranking. They allow you to put like a D8 on a D20, for instance. D8 abilities on a D20. They're very, very powerful forms of positioning. Controlled movement, just swap 2 quadrants. Not that crazy. Fissure, I would also put in tier 2 because it allows you to just duplicate. Duplicate an entire quadrant, given you have the atmospheric threshold for it. You do have to be a little bit selective with how you do it. You have to be kind of cautious with it, but when used, it is very powerful. Terraform, promoted to the next available rank, not crazy, tier 1. Demolition, kind of same thing, tier 1. I'm not a robot, unfortunately, so I need sleep. Be nice, y'all. I appreciate you, Namian. Thank you so much. There's probably only about a half hour to an hour left in stream as well, so I do appreciate you being here. Thank you for showing me Obsidian with Volt. You guys have been super awesome. It's been awesome to have you, dude. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Permanently double the cellular value of a quadrant. It doesn't really do too much. Yeah. Hypergrowth. To promote all dice to the next available rank. I'm tempted to call this tier 2, but I think it's still just tier 1. I think it's just not that crazy. Increase the atmosphere threshold by 1, tier 1. Hypersonic maneuver, choose a quadrant, permanently double its cell value, promote its die rank, and increase all atmosphere threshold by 1. I think this is tier 1. It's also close to being a tier 2 just because it has so much output, but the cost is just not worth it. The cost is just not worth what it does. You double its cell value, you promote it, and increase its atmospheric threshold by 2. But you destroy everything else. It's virtually never worth it, honestly, to be terribly honest with you. Those bonuses could actually be promoted quite a bit. Remove a random atmosphere from a chosen quadrant. Pretty ass. It's almost useless. Remove all but 1 random atmosphere from a chosen quadrant. Wealth increases by that quadrant's cell value, and its cell value is reset. That one's actually tier 2-able, I think. It is relatively usable. It's just not that crazy. Because normally what you do is you do this on an atmosphere. Or, yeah, you do this on a quadrant that only has 1 atmosphere. So you just get money as if you sold it. But even then, there's just economy options that would just be better than that. Increase the atmosphere threshold of a chosen quadrant. I think there actually needs to be like tier 0s, I'm going to be honest with you. Yeah, I think there's going to be tier 0s. I think Liquidate is fair enough. Liquidate is just barely tier 1, potentially tier 0. Increase the atmosphere threshold of a chosen quadrant by the number of atmospheres it currently has. That one, I think, is tier 2-able. That one's almost doubling. Core enforcement and auric optimizations are tier 2. I think they're just always good. They're always useful. They're always good. And the amount of atmospheres you can put on something is pretty potent. Set a die rank to D20, I think is tier 1. It's good, but it's kind of selective when it's useful. I mean, so is everything, frankly, but... Eh. Double extension of choice. Tier 2, I think, barely. Barely tier 2, because it can be quite powerful. Increase all ascension by 1 is tier 1, but higher end of tier 1 in my opinion. Swap the ascension of 2 chosen indexes. I think that's probably tier 0. It's not specifically useful, but it's not specifically crazy. It's not going to come in use all the time, but it could be moderately useful from time to time. And then we can tier the minerals real quick. This is, I think this is almost a tier 0, actually. I think there should be tier 0s. negligible effect, I think is a great way to put silver and gold. They're not specifically useful. Doubling an Ascension is pretty good. Doubling an Ascension can be pretty bonkers, especially on, yeah. I bet you could use Obsidian to map combo routes for Magic and Yu-Gi-Oh decks. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I can see that. I can visually map like a bunch of equip lines from Voltron based on matchup. I could definitely see that, yeah. Uranium is tier 1, I think. It's increased by 5 and then decreased by 3. I think that Uranium might actually be a tier 0. Corundum, I think, is tier... Is it tier 1 or tier 2? I think I'm gonna tier 2 Corundum because it can skyrocket single ascensions very, very far. Increase ascension, X and Y by 1 is tier 0. It's a total of 2 bonus. Tier 1 for plutonium, double one, half another. It's very often that's useful. It's very often that it's basically just the diamond effect, but slightly worse because you're having something. Increase ascension X by an amount equal to the lowest ascension. I think that's tier 1. Aluminum, that can definitely be, when you have a good buildup of ascensions, aluminum can be very, very valuable. Sulfur, ascension X by an amount equal to the lowest die rank amongst quadrants. I think that's a tier 1. It can be good, but it's usually not going to be all that insane. It's a maximum of 20, a minimum of 2. Somewhat useful. Increase ascension X by an amount equal to the prior ascension. 20 is considered prior to 1. So, if you have an ascension, if ascension 15 is 20, then choosing ascension 16 would increase it by 20. Nitrogen, increase ascension X by X. I think that's tier 1. It brings up 1 by 1 or 20 by 20, so on and so on. It's obviously more useful the higher the ascension, but it maxes out at 20. Increase the ascension of X and Y by 2. That's a tier 0. It's a total of 4. It's usable-ish, but not that great. Cool. That's all the explorations. Explorations and minerals. I think we can probably just crank out faces real quick. These probably will have... probably based on classification as well. Each face is organized by classification, such as what effect it has. This, whereas higher numbers mean more valuable. Yep, tier 0 through whatever. Not like this. This is not how it'll be outlined. So it'll be boom, numerical. We will make a folder for faces. Of course, we're going to give it the silly folder icon because it's funny. You can actually change the icon of this one to a different folder. Kind of actually want to change this now. Poopy. Just to general folders so that I can actually have ones with non-normal folders. I think that's probably a good idea. Change icon folder. That, like, concept drawings, for instance, could be a notably different variety. Like a folder with a pen. Cute. Look at how cute that is, chat. Imagine if we didn't have that. That'd be terrible. Then faces will have... Where is... Oh, numericals up here. My bad. Faces, change icon. This will be... probably a die icon, because it is the face of a die. Yeah. economy explorations. Generally a single time effect for economy dice positioning. Explorations will allow the user to modify what quadrant certain atmospheres are located. In some cases, this may include combining or duplicating atmospheres. Atmospheric. Spheric. Explorations will permanently modify one in some fashion. There we go. Suppose there are worse daily boxes. More cat ears. Oh my goodness, this is like the 5th one, dude. This is supposed to be a rare one. And hypothetically, it is rare, but my goodness, today it is not. Today it is... It's having a time today, dude. Bases are the base level...
God, why is it freezing cold all of a sudden?
Oh no, Dino, no. Base set of faces on every die, moving from 1 to 20. In the beginning of the game, it matches the die's index. This list is almost completely rhetorical, and I kind of love it. 2 is 2, 3 is 3, 4 is 4, 5 is 5, etc., etc. And all the descriptions are exactly the same, minus just whatever the number is written. I find this kind of funny. Yeah. This is the type of funny grind work that I really enjoy doing for some unfathomable reason. I love doing dumb rhetorical lists like this. There we go. 20 faces already completed. Boom. Look at us go, chat. Look at us go. I think I'm actually going to just not inline that one because I don't think you need it inlined. I'm gonna be honest. But consistency. But consistency. Cry every time. Just love doing grind work. For some reason, the OSRS addiction standing ominously in the corner. Don't worry about it. I don't know what you're talking about. I would never be addicted to OSRS. That's crazy. That's crazy. You'd have to be crazy to do that. That'd be crazy. Faces. Okay, so we have just a handful others. So let's do another one, like... Scoring. I know it's definitely one of them. Their impact, the scoring of a single die. The goal score required, or the total score upon rolling. Scoring will go here. Rolling. Critical. Mineral deposit. Some of these might go into different pages, but we'll fix that after. Sudden adventure. Lucrative implements. Refinery. Ergonomics. Compressors. Bioterra. Big lasers. It's just called big lasers. I love it here. Okay, let me go ahead and input all the information here. Critical is a scoring one. Mineral deposit is a free purchase. So is sudden adventure, I believe. Yep. Lucrative implements. Increase wealth by 8.
Whale.
Wow. 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 Where's all the wows coming from? Why wow? Why are we wowing? Help. Help. Okay, there we go. Immediately, that's like not correct. So let's do economy. I have fucked myself. I realize I'm gonna need to... Positioning explorations, atmospheric explorations, ascension explorations. I'm gonna have to, like, come back and... Oh, I guess... it was only explorations, actually. This is the first time I've come across this problem. That's crazy. Scoring phases. Economy phases. There we go. I have to actually clarify which one is which makes sense, frankly. Increase wealth by 8 is economy. Increase wealth by 8 when it's rolled. It's not bad. It's not crazy good. In the world of faces, faces can get pretty insane. It's just not really that crazy of one. Increase the rolled ascension of its index by 1. I think we're going to call those atmospheric faces. We'll call them upgrade faces, I guess. Modifier faces. That down here. Some level of permanent impact on the current game state upon being rolled. I think that's a pretty important thing to mention. Because Ascension Index, Cell Value, Atmosphere Threshold, all of these actually are just modifiers. Yeah, those are all just modifier faces. I think there's probably one more to add. Gift faces. Gift faces offer some type of boon or upgrade that would naturally be purchased or earned for free upon being rolled. Just literally just these two currently. I don't know how many other gift faces are going to be even possible, but I think it's just a good idea to have it written down. Just those, yeah. All right, that's those, and all we have to do now is just score them on tier. I think tier 2 barely for critical, just because of 4x on the entire score is not bad. 7 projects to put into Obsidian. I have a handful. I have a small handful I think I will be maneuvering to Obsidian. Lucrative implements. Increase wealth by 8. This is a tier 1 at best. I think it's just a tier 1. It's every once in a while you get some money. Critical can be put on a D2. So you just always multiply your score by 4. And it works retroactively. Yeah, I think that's a tier 2. Refinery, upon face being rolled, increase the ascension of its index by 1. Probably tier 1. It's not bad, but it's not specifically crazy. Increase the sell value of its quadrant by 2. This is also a tier 1, I think. Permanent sell value increase is not insane, but it's not bad either. Face being rolled, increase the atmosphere threshold of its quadrant by 1. I think that's almost a tier 2. But tier 1 is fine. I think realistically this just goes on a D2. Realistically, compressors can kind of change the game. I think a Bioterra and Big Lasers is kind of a tier 0 for both of those. Like, if you want to make sure that it is always a D20, it might not be a bad idea to put Bioterra on it. You want to make sure that it's always a D2, then Big Lasers make sense. I think that there's reasons for them, but not a lot of reasons. Free Mineral and Free Exploration, I think, is at the very least in tier 1. Most gift faces are going to be like, if you just get a thing for free, I think that's always going to be useful in some fashion. But my god, it might be kind of annoying, to be real with you. What's our graph looking like? Little flowers, cute. I think the only thing left to do at this point is to maybe just add in some of the atmospheres that haven't been added yet. I think it's the last thing that we might even consider doing. Whoops. Where's D4 here? It's weird. Hold on. Oh, D8 did it too. There we go. Realistically, these dice are probably organized in the wrong order. Like, instead of being D20, it should have been, like, useless, scoring, utility, ascension, whatever. And then just have the rank of it next to it. But I'm actually not too mad about it, TBH. Let's pop open Notion and see what atmospheres have not been added yet. Ooh, that one's insane. Oh, this is going to take some consideration. Oh god, those are insane. Let's just copy and paste these. Whoa, how do you do that? Why is it a circle? Okay, so now we have this list at the bottom that we can pull from when we want to. That we can just add as we want. When rolled, if quota is already met, add a random atmosphere. Oh! That one's crazy. And that one's already also partially designed. Magnetic is kind of insane. We will put the X on it, though. Is it utility? I think it's almost a chaos one. Like, I guess it's technically utility, if you want to call it that, but I don't know if it's even fair to call it that, to BH. Also, these should be on the name, not here. Forgot to fix these ones. When rolled, if quota's already met, add a random atmosphere is crazy, dude. That's so funny. Goodbye, magnetic. All done. You can roll an additional time each round. That's bonkers. It's bonkers for a lot of reasons. It's like borderline a tier 3, I think. I think this is actually a tier 3, genuinely. Almost a tier 4. When rolled, has a chance to destroy a neighboring die. If it does, add X to every ascension, where X is the number of atmospheres destroyed. That one's kind of crazy. If you would lose, destroy this die and lose half your wealth instead. That's also a tier 3, maybe a tier 4. Goals are halved. It's pretty good. If it stacks, it's insane. Exploration costs 2 less. Not bad. Spinning. Sedimentary. Yeah. We can add these right now. It's called spinning. And sedimentary. They're not insane. Probably tier 1s or tier 2s, I would say. Two less minimum of 1. I think these are actually tier 2, honestly. Ability. Is this economy? This might be economy. I think this is actually economy. It's weird to say, but I think these are technically economy dice because they just reduce the cost of things. I think economy is just value engines, so I think it's fair to say. Each roll, if all of the quadrants are empty, multiply its value by the round numbers squared. Oh! Oh my goodness, this one is actually kind of insane. Almost want to call that one Vortex. That one's kind of bonkers, actually. Okay! I think we have a huge little bit of done. I've encountered a person whose YouTube thumbnails are all him doing what I can only describe as the Mark Zuckerberg if he had 2% more Riz face. That's pretty sick. I'm gonna be real with you. I fuck with it. Good job, that guy. Chat, it's a little bit early, but I think that's gonna be the end for us today. Honestly, this has been really cool. Very happy to see Obsidian. I think most of today has been, although we did actually get into some meta progression, I do think that this is kind of mostly just pulling it over to a place where it can be kind of looked at. I don't know if that's perfect, but it is something, and I'm not mad about it. But now I know what Obsidian is, so I know what I'm gonna spend today doing. Lamau. Disturbing. His eyes are like stiletto daggers coated in the greed of private equity. Gross. I mean, impressive? Question mark? But gross, I guess. It's kind of funny. Chat! It's going to be end for today, but it's going to be tomorrow. What is tomorrow? Tomorrow's going to be Pirate's Return. Oh my goodness. We have a Pirate's Return stream tomorrow, chat. I'm not prepared. I'm not very prepared, but I have a lot of plans. Am I gonna make an Obsidian doc for this? No, I can't. Am I? Maybe. Whoops. Chat, it might be time. Early stream, I know, early stream, unfortunate. I just don't really have much to add to it right now. I think it would be some additional design document shenanigans, realistically, but I think that I need to have a little bit more prepped for you guys in order to be able to do that. Chat, I might make the Pirate's Return session an Obsidian document. I don't know yet. I don't know. I'm not promising nothing. Thank you guys so much for being here. I really appreciate you. You guys have been absolutely amazing. It's been a lot of fun. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you guys. I'm gonna make sure to pause this timer. I hope to see you guys tomorrow for Pirate's Return if you're interested in that, some live TTRPG gameplay. I love you guys. I will talk to you soon. Thank you guys so much for being here. Say hello, say hi, show them some love, and bye. Thank you.
Okay, so what if I just come here